Somewhere out there, somewhere out there. Y'all come on in, come on in. Tell a friend. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Shout out to the real man. Shout out to the real. TJ got his new channel popping this morning. What's his new channel? Um, his new channel is called Brown Family. Hmm. Oh boy, don't tell me nothing. Hmm. What's the link to this Brown Family channel? The Brown family is white people. At Brown Family Y dash. Appreciate you. Let's see. Dash J two J2L J2R. 381 subscribers. Let's see. Yeah, music to it. This look like my nephew. Yeah, I don't see that he live though. Let me subscribe. It's not showing that he live. He got live up right now. All this showing me is a short and a post. I done subscribed to it already. It's on private to live over. Oh, and he got another channel. Dang, man. He ended it and put it on private. Dang. I didn't even know he had a new channel. He'll be finding this new channel so quick, and I can't find it. God, no. TJ, I'm gonna start goddamn on. I don't know what I'm gonna start doing. You don't start showing me them new channel. I found out from them little junkies that your channel was flagged. Man, listen, man, we got the power. You can't let these people. They thought I was gonna. He promoted it like crazy on his last channel. Laugh out loud. Listen, hey, listen. We got these people running amok, man. We run this shit. I'm not finna. No, I know who did what, and I know why they did it. They in their feelings, and I'm not worried about that. Hey, I got these dudes up all night worried about the same person over and over again. So let me do what I do. Let me just do me. I'm gonna just do me and have them watch. I'm gonna just do me and watch. Hold on. You know what I mean? That's all you gotta do is do you. See, this ain't the time. Them jokers is upset, man. They is upset right now. Let me see. When somebody upset, you gotta let them be upset. You know what I mean? Let's make them more upset. Let me start off by making them more upset. 'Cause you know what I'm saying? I did a great thing the other day. I felt good yesterday going to church. Got a lot of stuff going on, but it felt great. Look at my boy Luke. Look at my boy Cole. Let's get it, man. Let's make these guys mad.
We have to stay composed and focus on execution and not turn the ball over. Let's go out there and play loose. Everybody play loose. Just try and move it. Let's go. Let's do it. What time is it?
The starting lineups beginning with the Lakers, Kwame Brown.
Yeah, I just cut that hair off. I told y'all I guarded Tim by myself. I was on somebody's panel. I say, bro, I guarded Timmy by myself. I ain't need all that. I guarded Timmy on my own. Now, this is my first game back after Ben Wallace flew into my knee. I was going pretty decent. Ben Wallace flew into my knee, tore my MCL. I was supposed to be out a month, but I was out 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. I think I was out 3 weeks. I already was battling an ankle injury, so it took me a while to get my knee and my ankle back on track. So I might have been out 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks. So when you're out 3 to 4 weeks, as you can see, my back is big, but we had to come back for this game for Tim Duncan. See, I make sure you good. You know what I mean? I protect guys. You don't want to see certain people against Timmy, but they won't tell you that. I moved on that pick, and then I stood on that one. Nice foul. Nice foul. Send me to the line. I shoot the same percentage as LeBron this season. Yeah, I shoot the same percentage as LeBron right now. See that? I'm big back right now. I'm about 285 pounds. I got to play. I'm playing center. I'm about 285, 290. That's too much weight for my frame. I like to be around 265, 270. But when you playing against centers, you want to add a little more weight. Tim Duncan, before he lost all that weight, he was at around 285 to 280, 285. Then you got to go against Shaq and these big fellas. So we knocked down two of them things. Now, Derek Fisher is throwing over the top to Lamar. Lamar is a very good passer to be so big. Lamar is going to catch this, throw it on the down. I said, well, he threw it across to me. I was going to throw it to Lamar, but there's somebody right behind Lamar. Tim Duncan got his hand on that ball, so you got to repost it. And bigs, it's okay to repost, especially if you got guards that's patient enough to get you on a repost. A center, draw the ball out like that. You throw it out, reposition, don't even hesitate, just go up. And that's even without being in shape. Yeah, I'm out of shape like a mother right here. I ain't gonna lie. This is my first game back. You cannot get in game shape, especially when you have lower body extremity injuries with ankles and feet and knees where you can't really run like that. To get in shape for this game, I was swimming a lot or trying to swim a lot, running in the pool and shit like that. They took me to this big Olympic-sized pool. Imagine that, a black man. They took me to a pool acting like I can swim like that. So after damn near drowning twice, they put these little floating device on me and had me running in the pool. And shout out to all the people that swim in them Olympic-sized pools. That shit's scary when you end up by yourself. I ain't gonna lie, I was scared as hell. Do y'all know how deep those pools go? When you in a pool, Olympic sized pool by yourself, salute TJ, man, they done got you again. That's why I ain't said that. I said, boy, these people, that's what they gonna do. Hold on. Yeah, they got their eye out for destruction and hate, man. Let them hate. That you got an assist from Kobe, they hate. Oh yeah, they gonna definitely hate. G Buddy say junkie alert. Yeah, man, let them get up in here. See, I got stuff I can show my grandkids. Yeah, I ain't gonna show them the videos y'all want me to show them. I'm gonna show them these videos. Look at your dad. Look at your granddaddy, boy. He was fat and out of shape right here with a knee brace on, everything. Still can't be fucked with by a legend. Look at that. Made him throw it over the goddamn rim. Cause ain't no backing me down. Ain't no playing with me all kind of way. And this is how you meet a big man that is this talented. And I wish I could be more physical with him, but they changed the rules so you couldn't be as physical. But back in the day, I would have met him up at that free throw line, and he would have had to force his way to that block because we ain't going. But, I could bump him a little bit. I got in front of him just to make him shift. He caught it lower. The angle that he caught it at wasn't the right angle for him to get his off the glass shot that he liked. So it's all about a game. You ain't going to stop a guy like Tim Duncan. You just make him catch it not on his sweet spot. And me jumping around him like that, he had to jump and do something different. They had to go corner and in. So now he's a little lower. He's not at that elbow spot where he wants to be, where he can throw it right there off the angle of that glass. So believe it or not, it's not about being such a great defender and all this. So many people can score. It's all about disrupting their timing, taking them off their sweet spot, and forcing them to play from where they don't want to play from. And that's all it is. Keep your body in between them. He ain't backing me down. Get a hand up. He throws it over the rim. All right. Now you just wait. When you got Bean out there, you just wait. That's number 2 assist from Bean. But see, I had no lift, boy. Look at that. I barely got this over the rim, boy. I barely got this. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you out. Look at that. Big back alert, big back. Kobe like, come on, boy. You can still do it. But I get tired. Kobe like, oh, you can't go out, boy. You got Tim in here. Wait till Tim go out. I'm like, damn, Tim need to hurry up and get his ass out the game. Come on, Tim. You need to hurry up and get out. Nah, Tim, we ain't doing that, Tim. See, as a big, you got to slide your feet. I don't got my hands on him. I got my chest right in his cat. I can feel when he going to spin back. So Tim like to spin back and get his elbow on your body. See, he got his elbow out wide trying to, like chicken wing me. So what I did was I kept my chest into him, up the lane, and then you release that pressure. You release when he go to turn. So now the ball is exposed. So give me that. I beat him to the spot every time. Release, give me that shit. And although he flung his hand up in the air, that's in order to get the referees to give him a call. That would have been a superstar call. But if that ball don't go up, that means I didn't hit your arm. Ball go down, that's all ball. Ball go up, I hit your arm. Slap, give me that shit. Now, Tim Duncan is a great player, so I'm going to highlight that. Of course. Assist from Kwame Brown to Kobe. Yeah, that's in the record book. Yeah, that's in the record book. Wow. I'm going to say, grandson, look at boy. This is in the record book right here at this moment. 152, what is it? 5 minutes and 12 seconds of the first quarter. LA, Sacramento. I'm in the history book. This is going to be played over and over again. And that's the one thing they don't like about me. But no matter what they say, as long as Kobe's legacy is alive, these games are going to come back. People are going to want to see every game of Kobe Bryant. Guess who they're going to see right out there with him? Nice, beautiful chocolate man. What a beautiful chocolate man. And Kwame Brown. They so mad. God, dog. The amount of ads during your live is insane. Man, I'm sorry, man. They flagging out here now. Yeah, they flagging out here now. And look at the big back. Big back alert. Big back. Kwame Brown, big back. I had to lose weight, boy. It took me about 2 months to get in game shape. All right. Oh, no, Tim, don't do that. But I had no lift. Look at that lift I had, boy. Tim, you would have got a whammer jammer, boy. Hey, Tim, I would have whammer jammered you, boy, if I would have had lift. You lucky I was just coming back off injury. Don't you overreach like that against me, boy. I'm too quick for that. But I ain't had no lift. Yeah, I ain't had no lift at all. I was like, eek, eek. Eek. Yeah, man, that's just make them mad. They can't tell YouTube about this. They ready to tell YouTube. They got that button to tell YouTube. They got that button to tell YouTube. Hey, man, my season opener, I had 18 rebounds, 5 blocks. Let me show y'all when I'm young and not old, man. Let me show y'all when I'm young and not old so they can get mad some more. When I'm a little young with MJ out there, not old. I ain't old like that yet. You know, grainy footage. This is our season opener, man. Before my ankles was all fucked up. The scoring, I had to work on the scoring. Everybody was stronger than me. I was fast as fuck, but these guys bumped me. I would fly out of bounds. I don't know why. I had to get the grown man strength. But not bad game. 13 points, 18 rebounds, and 5 blocks in 2002. We'll take this out of anybody, but, you know, not Kwame Brown. You got Michael Jordan out there. Nice pick, boy. And get the rebound. Come on, Brian Russell. Man, send MJ off my side, man. Don't send Brian Russell off my side wasting screens like that, man. This is why they want to play with a bus, man. Because I don't care nothing about no points. They tell me to screen, you going to get screened. Come on, Brian Russell. I need to call this joker if I still got his number. This is not no highlight. This is the whole game. What are you talking about? You talking about that look like a highlight to you? I just lost the ball in the middle of the air. Did that look like a highlight to you, boy? I ain't even scored a basket. This is a highlight that I missed and Larry Hughes scored the basket. That's the fucking highlight. You think I would waste my time showing that? I would waste my time showing Whamma Jammers. Yeah. I'm not going to show what Larry Hughes scored. Shout out to Larry. Yeah, a highlight. I'm going to show when I'm going to paint and miss the shot. Shout out to Dale Davis. Is that Dale Davis or Antonio Davis? That's Dale Davis, big, strong ass. I got by him, but he had that hand on my hip. So as I'm trying to jump, yeah, he was like, no, young fella. See, I learned tricks of the trade for them jokers like that. Just tap on the hip real quick before they jump. You got to tap on the hip real quick before they jump, and they can't get up. Yeah, they can't get up as high as they want. And now we fighting to see who get back first. That joker was strong as an ox. That's who had Brendan Haywood running and beat him up in Chicago. Oh, yeah, you should have guarded me. You should have guarded me right there. Yeah, you should have guarded me right there, Dale. Antonio, which one of you is? I think that's Dale. Come on, B. Russ. Be ready to pass me this ball. Good pass, Larry. And one. That's when I ain't had no big back, boy. Ooh, look at the young, sexy man right there, boy. That's one fine little young man right there. I'm talking about, ooh. That's the type of weight I need to have again when I ain't no big back. Yeah, I can't have a big back. I got to be thin back. I'm strong as hell with my back thin. I don't know why, but I got to get a thin back again. Big backs don't work for me. Right there, I was benching I wasn't benching my second year yet. I was already strong as hell. I probably do 315, 315 about 18 times. Not 18, maybe 15. I was way stronger than what I look. Damn, they just knocked me out there like that. But rookies don't get no call. Oh, see that? It's not no highlight. Look at that. See, when I was young, I would rush the shots. See, this is called rushing. That's rushing the shot. So anybody that thought this was a highlight, I threw it over the goddamn rim. So you thought this was a highlight, I threw the ball over the goddamn rim. I'm not going to show that as a highlight. A layup, point blank, you throw over the rim. You call that a highlight? No, we're going to show the good, the bad, the ugly. It's part of the game. We don't cry like y'all. Book up. Missed it. Highlight, you say, huh? Man, get that shit up out of here, man. Get back to the young line. Get back to the young line. Show them that foot speed that they say I ain't got. A young line that can just ball fake it. Boy, slow down a little bit. Oh, no, you too slow. Yeah, you too slow. He's definitely too slow for me. Nah, you ain't gonna get that. There you go, Kwame. Get to that open spot. See, that's what happened. When big man used to be big man, we can get to the open spot and we can score. You know, you got to get to the open spot. I wish like hell MJ ain't come back so I can have time to develop and y'all could actually see. But that's not a bad game. 13 point, 18 rebounds, 5 blocks from a second-year player. That's look like he going up to me, if you ask me. But nobody asked me. Yeah, nobody ain't asked me. They gave me a foul for no reason. I'm sitting here like, what? The hell I get a foul for no reason? Then he just grabbed me. That's what they do. They grab me. Junkyard Dog was a fouler, boy. So I said, let me stay quiet, man. They're going to foul me. They're going to do what they do. Mm-hmm. So Mr. Brown is at the line looking sexy as ever. Oh, man, look at those shoulders, boy. Boy, God, it's good. God, I'm 4 for 10, shoot like LeBron. They going to be bad at this one. Yeah. Nice high release, boy. I'm talking about, ooh. There go that Black Mamba. M. I got 11 points, 12 rebounds. That's a double-double. Back in my day, this would get you $100 million. All that jipping and jappering, and I was the cheapest. This right here would get you $100 million when I played. Brian Grant, 12 and 12, $100 million. But yeah, we just want to show the big backs and the little backs. When I got a little back, I play a lot better. I need to keep that little back. Nice break, Kwame. Yeah, way to get your hands on it, boy. We're not going for that. Oh, they coming to double up us? Don't worry about it. See, I couldn't move that joker. He was strong as hell. See, but I got to turn and face him. Get that shit up out of here. Jared Jeffers, I got your back, boy. I ain't gonna let him do you like that. Jared, I'm not gonna let him do you like that, Jared. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna let him get that. No. Don't cry to the ref. Don't cry to the ref. I'm coming to get it. Yeah, I'm coming to get it, baby. I'm Life Jennings. That's what they should have let happen to LeBron when I came up there and got it. I'm coming to get it, baby. What? I'll be swatting these niggas. Stick up, kid. Yeah, I averaged 7, 8 blocks in high school. I'm coming to get it now. Oh, I'm coming to get it. That was my problem. I tried to block too many shots. Get that shit up out of here. I blocked it in the damn hand. Hey, Junkyard Dog, I ain't mean to do you like that, man. I ain't mean to do you like that. I was a young cat. I should have stayed in my lane. The hell I'm doing blocking grown men like this. Get that shit up out of here. That should have been a travel or a jump ball. Why wasn't that not a jump ball? Like, come on, dog. Why was that not a jump ball? Goaltending? How's that goaltending? Oh, you talking about the last one was goaltending? Let me see. Go back and look at it. Oh no, that ain't it yet. That's just me slapping the ball. Oh, we got to see this goaltending one you talking about. You say that's goaltending, man. That ball just released out of his hand, man. Man, come on, man. I slapped that on the back of the backboard. Don't do me like that, dog. Look at that. The ball going up. I slapped that shit off of the backboard. My head was over the rim, man. Don't do me like that, dog. Come on, dog. Don't do me like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just slapping. What's up, man? You should not be funny watching your own game. I'm just slapping shit. You know what I mean? This elderly abuse right here. They should have gave me an elderly charge. I mean, hurting old folks charge. Come here, man. I was a teenager. Yeah. No, I had to been like 20 right here. 19, 20, 20. You know what I mean? They were supposed to, come on, man. They were supposed to make sure he don't, come on, man. That had to been something. You can't just do that. That should have been a jump ball. Look, I'm always the fastest one down the court. God, dog, they tried to kill me. They tried to kill me, man. MJ was mad as hell I didn't wear them Jordans. Man, throw that shit up, Larry. I would have dunked that shit. See, Larry should have been able to throw a law. He almost got me killed, man. I had a hamstring issue. I would have been running faster than that. I got that little blue thing on my leg. See that little blue thing on my leg? That's a hamstring wrap. That right there is a hamstring wrap. So I aggravated my hamstring, had a hamstring pull, but there ain't no sitting out for a bus. So you had to play through the hamstring pull. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught me right here. Yeah, I was too fat. They're just my slow jets right here. Couldn't really get into my hamstring. But damn, that should have been a flagrant 10. Yeah, that should have been a flagrant 10. Fuck wrong with them hitting me across my head like that, pulling my jersey. That should have been a flagrant 10. I see we got the haters up in here. Yeah, man. Hey, it's good to see y'all. It's good to see my haters. Return to sender. Salute to you, Cortez. Each of us, we want to see real big backs. Hey, no, we can't see no real big back. Because if I show you a real big back right now, they're gonna flag me. So I'm not gonna show you no real big back. No, it wasn't no load management back then. Hell no, Biz. The load management is you let somebody else get your spot, it's over for you. You might not get back in there. Yeah, ain't it, man? You might not get your job back. That's how it works. You might not get your job back. So even if you was hurt, you get your ass out there and play. If you got 5 points, you get 5 points. It's better to got there letting somebody else get 5 points. You might not get back out there. Boy, look at that boy physique. I'm talking about that boy built like a Greek god. Except my right shoulder. I tore my pectoral muscle falling off a bike when I was a kid. So I wish I had them perfect pecs. See how it's raised on that right side? Damn, man, I would have had perfect pecs if it wasn't raised on that right side. Not pecs, but traps. My trap on that right side is a little bit raised because I broke my collarbone. But that's okay. That boy still chiseled like a mother trucker. Boy, I'm talking about, hey, that boy, they'll fine. Yeah, he can get the number. That Kwame Brown, he can get the goddamn number. Boy, I'm talking about for real. I see you ain't have WNBA shoulders. No, I ain't got no WNBA shoulders. I got them shoulders that can move a mountain. It's like moving mountains. Yeah, I got shoulders that move mountains. I ain't got no motherfucking WNBA shoulders. Hey, you talking about? I talk about other niggas with them WNBA shoulders. I ain't got no WNBA shoulders. Shoulder lean, shoulder. Let me see you bounce right to left and make the shoulder lean. Hey, check this out. Let me go to my live. Let me go to my short. Because, dog, I think this is hilarious, man. These people, let me say this, they might not be looking. Oh, I meant to play this. The last time, and I ended up getting the answer one. Oh, shit. Hold on, player. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me show y'all the one I did. I saw this toggling around, playing with this shit one day, the other day before I came back. And I end up doing this little show.
I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm back at the right time. The Lakers just got beat by 22. And I'm back out of YouTube jail.
What's up, wrong?
I'm back, baby. I'm back at the right time. The Lakers just got beat by 22. And I'm back.
Yeah, I just did something to the screen. All right.
That's Kwame's thing. You always use these people's own thing against them. That's how you win.
Hey, listen to this boy crying. Always use these people's own thing against them. That's how you win. What are you trying to win? You're not gonna win shit. So this guy out here is alleging that he's gonna call some people on me. He's gonna email, and he's gonna email Twitter. He's gonna email a lot of people about me. Okay, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna email people about me. People that I don't work for, work with, nothing. He's gonna email people about me. I think it's quite hilarious how these guys act so tough. But look at this.
That's Kwame's thing. You always use these people.
Then let me have my thing. Look at these clowns. If it's Kwame thing, then let me have my fucking thing then. Why you want to be monkey see, monkey do? It's Kwame's thing, but you got to copy it. Be yourself.
That's Kwame's thing. You always use these people's own thing against them. That's how you win. He likes to say, Gilbert Arenas, you support a man, follow these young man. Remember all that shit he was doing?
No,
On
say
top
what.
of lies at that?
No, say what I said. Don't run from it. I said you support a man that was following teenage white girls online. Why not say that? That's the truth. But you stopped it off because you're ashamed. Oh.
Kwame really said he did them things at Safe Harbor. So, and they supposed to be helping mentoring kids.
I got a bridge. Kwame really said he did them things at Safe Harbor. Kwame really, I can see that going over well. How do you get this information? How do you know? Did you corroborate any of these stories? Did you check with the local authorities? Did you check with Safe Harbor? Did you do anything? No. Kwame said he did this, and I'm hurt. So he had to have done it. He must have done it. He said he did this. And then they played the video of what I said unedited. I didn't say I did anything. But don't worry. The thing about it is, when people bring their hurt emotions in and they say things with emotions that's fueled by somebody saying something about the person that they date, and they came up crying to my cousin, he's fueled by that rage, that embarrassment, that he don't like the way this woman looks. And that's okay. Shout out to Kev, man. Shout out to Kev, at least Kev, and not shout out to Kev for taking my brother channel down. I think that was whack, because you are the one who started this whole talking about girl stuff. So I don't know why you won't own it, stand in it, and say touche. It is what it is, But that's the way of the world. The reason why I call a lot of men weenie dogs is because if I poke you in your eye, I expect to get punched in mine. I expect some return. I don't think I'm just some badass that I get to do things to other people and they're not going to do nothing back to me. So if someone acts in kind and talk about somebody that I'm with after I talked about them and their people, I'm not flagging or calling YouTube. That's whole shit. I participated. Yeah, this is what I created. This is the environment that these men created for their old ladies. So much so that one is ashamed to bring his girl up on camera. He's ashamed. He says he loves her, says he don't care what nobody say, but he's ashamed because he's the main contributor to talking about other people's families, talking about other people's children, talking about other people's girls. Remember when they used to say, "Hey, ain't no girls over there, y'all. We got girls with us. They lonely." This is how all of this started. Word about who somebody's with, going in people's glasses and all this weird stuff. Hey, y'all, I just discovered him with this girl. I just discovered him with that girl. I had sex with this girl. Like, that's what these men do. But then if it flip around on them, now it's the most egregious thing in the world. Oh my God, look at the kind of people they are. Oh my God, I sat around $100 million men and I showed them what Kwame do. Let me explain something to you. If there's $100 million man listening to you talk to them about YouTube, they lied to you about how much money they got. The only person that you sitting around with talking about YouTube and talking about me is that lonely bum of a friend of yours. There's no other $100 million men concerned with no Kwame Brown on YouTube. How does Kwame Brown affect a $100 million man? It makes no sense. It's only a jealous ahi tuna type of man that's only worried about somebody that don't have nowhere close to $100 million. I'm talking about not even close. You give me $100 million, nigga, I can't see hear no Negro. I can't see you, Negro. Can't hear you, Negro. What you mean $100 million? Don't worry about what another man say. Come on, man. Boy, you in your feelings. I don't know why y'all keep talking to a guy like me. The world was talking about me for 20 years. You think I got the same feelings as you, nigga? I ain't got the same feelings as you. So you might want to leave me alone. I don't give a jiminy crap. I've been saying it a long time ago. I don't give a jiminy cricket what you say or do. You're a nobody. You're a stranger to me. And even if I knew you, I wouldn't care. I'm not surprised by what nobody do. I'm not surprised, mother. Yeah, like old boy, like the fighter say from what's my boy, Nick Diaz. I'm not surprised, mother trucker. I done had the whole world talking about me. Add you to the list, boy. It don't make me no never mind. You the only boy that ain't used to somebody saying something back to you, so you in your feelings. You can't take it. You're losing your mind. Your words, not mine. Oh, why does he sound like that and flagging? This is what dudes would do to girls in school when they like you. I think you have a crush, Mr. Brown. I think so too. I think this dude is weird. Like, he'll say crazy stuff about me, then flag me if I return the favor. He'll say I'm scared to talk to him, try to talk to him. He yell and shout like a girl. It's like, why not just move on about your day? I don't understand it. You're a weenie dog. I'm not. Just move on about your day. You say you got all this stuff. You got your house better, your girl better. You got all these things better, but yet and still he's over here talking to me. That don't seem like much better to me. You supposed to be captivated with your success. You supposed to be in tune with your girl, but y'all not. Y'all in tune with me every day. That's what they doing, talking about me. You ain't got no serious girl, because ain't no serious woman gonna sit there and participate in all that. What woman gonna sit and participate in all that? Ain't no woman with me sitting and participating in me doing this. Trust me. Some of the stuff they might find funny, but a lot of it, they don't even understand it. They're not supposed to. But when I'm roasting and cutting the food, oh yeah, she understand it. But when I'm going off on people, girls and stuff like that, nobody don't expect that. Nobody don't want that. They don't encourage me to do that. They be like, yo, chill with that. You don't got to do that. But not if you participated. If you participated, no way, no how. She like, get him. Hey, and I'm gonna get you every single time. But see, right now, I know y'all high alert sensitivity. The Fed's watching right now. See, TJ, I wish I could told you the Fed's watching, man. I was kept telling you, the Fed's watching. Now listen to what they say they gonna do. White girls online. Why not say that? That's the truth. But you stopped it off because you're ashamed. Oh.
Kwame really said he did them things at Safe Harbor. So, and they supposed to be helping mentoring kids.
I got a bridge in New York that's worth $37 million. You can buy it from me for $1. Kwame said it.
Not only this, I'm tell you motherfuckers what else you do. Put a call to action on Twitter. I'm tagging the motherfuckers.
Oh God, that sounds serious. A call to action. Oh God.
Fuckers on Twitter, YouTube, the law firm, Monique, all of them. Kwame, I'm tagging them all on Twitter. All tagging. Y'all letting this go down? You can't take it.
Smoker's cough. Get it out, boy.
I'm going
hold on.
action. Why is y'all letting this go down? We can't take it no more.
You can't take it no more. Oh my God. Y'all hear this boy, man? Oh man, I can't take it no more. I'm gonna call Twitter. I'm gonna call YouTube. I'm gonna call the action to Twitch. Hey, look, I'm gonna go on Twitch after this because I'm gonna make sure your call to action work. I'm gonna give you something to call about. I'm gonna call Twitch. I'm gonna call. They mad that none of this shit that they try don't work. See, normally they can harass women, they can harass girls, and they can get girls to come up in their emotions, and then they can get girls to talk about somebody. He trying, boy. Oh, he trying. He calling me. See, we can be friends now. You don't like Kwame? I don't like him either. That's probably how he having sex with that girl. You don't like Kwame, do you? Huh? Tell me you don't like Kwame. Tell me you don't like him. Hey, this is hilarious, man. Hey, look, I ain't never seen no dudes like this. Hey, shout out to Kev, man. Finally about to make an honest woman out of this lady. But Kev, let me explain something to you. You said shout out to the married sector. Kev, you're not married. Being a guy who proposed to somebody, and I was proposed and I was engaged for years and I never pulled the trigger. It doesn't count until you walk down the aisle or go to the courthouse, Kev. So I know this is the first step, but don't let this be the A-all, B-all, as LeBron would say. Make sure you take the next step. Take the next step, make an honest woman out of this young lady. Being engaged don't mean a hill of beans, okay? So don't say that you're married because it's going to make you look like low-hanging fruit because you're not married. You're engaged, okay? That's nothing but like a promise ring. You basically gave her a promise note. You promised her that you're going to marry her one day, but today you're not married. So the fact that you even came over here and said that, Kev, is making me nervous that you're not going to marry this woman. Because the fact that you don't know that, like you're praising this as if you accomplished something, is like weird. Because you're just engaged, bro. You're not married. So maybe the people in your sector can educate you on what a marriage is. Because going to have a party and getting engaged, it's almost like you did it for the show. Now I'm gonna drop the link. Kevin, I know you're smarter than this. Tell me if you did this for the show or not. Because you are a good troll, but I hope you're not trolling this woman. Because Tears didn't marry this woman either. And you guys think getting engaged is something you can hold over somebody's head, and then that's when you make content. I'm engaged, I'm in this, I got a wifey. That's kind of whack. You got to actually get engaged and get married. And being married don't necessarily mean that you're going to have a great life. There's a lot of married, miserable people. So the people who hold their marriage over somebody's head, like it's just better that you just got papers in your dating. You're dating with papers. But that's all that means. I know some old school folks that ain't got them papers with, but they ride or die with theirs. They ride or die with that shorty, and that shorty ride or die with him. So it's all about how y'all being treated. Society done put so much pressure on people. They think they got to live like other people. I just don't think that. Yeah, I don't think I got to live like you. If I get married, she going to be a damn near showstopper. She going to understand what's going on. She going to understand me, and she not trying to impress her friends and be a part of no groups. Yeah, it's going to be almost like she don't like you, chick. Yeah, I don't like a woman that like a bunch of chicks, because a bunch of chicks is messy anyway. Girl, he did this. Girl, shut up. You mad because that nigga did you a certain way. You just want her lonely with you. So, Kev, I got the link in the chat. Tell me if you did this for, did I put the link in the chat yet? I want to know if you just did this for clout and for people to praise you and say you did it, or do you have a date? Because I might put something on the registrar. Do you have a date? Where's your registry at? Like, where are you getting married? You know, where are you linking it to? Where can we buy a gift? Like, let us know. Like, really put it out there for real. I'm tired of you goddamn on jokers. Just some of you black men just do shit for clout and do shit for clicks. I'll give a real congratulations if it's real. Because however your girl look, as long as you care about the way she looked, it shouldn't matter to nobody else. Even though I know what I know about you, you know, even though I know you stay enthralled with the enemy, but Kev, I told you I was smarter than you a long time ago. But you just don't know it yet. You ain't listening, but don't worry. And I'm not you. I don't get sensitive about all that. I'm not you. If I put my girl up online, I wouldn't give a damn what none of y'all say. So all this tender that y'all can talk about everybody else, but nobody can talk about y'all, this tender stuff y'all doing, y'all can save it. Okay? Y'all can save this tender stuff, calling YouTube. Y'all ain't gonna do nothing but get more sanctions on YouTube for everybody, because that's all YouTube do. YouTube be laughing at y'all like, okay, this is why black folks don't know how to make no money. They call and report each other. And then they just keep changing the rule. And this is the type of content y'all like to make, all of us, talking shit. And when you start talking shit and the YouTube catch you, it's on you. It's a shame. It's a shame the way you guys act. But Kev, you thought you went with a big move, ain't it, today? Boy, this gonna make him mad. Boy, he gonna be mad about this one. Boy, I don't get mad. I don't get mad. For what? When I get mad, I do something. So if I am mad, I'm gonna do something. I ain't gonna sit here and talk about it online. Hey, see the difference between me and other people. A lot of people think everything you say and do got to be done online. Yeah, they think everything got to be done and said online, and it don't. Marriage has become a means for women to take 50% and more of what a man's built. Hello, but he ain't built nothing. Kev don't want to hit the link, man. Baker, man, he not gonna hit this link because he know it's all cap, and he know that I know what he did, and he thought it was gonna work a different way, and it didn't. He did a live talking about, I wonder if Kwame gonna respond to Suge. Why would you be worried about that? You know I'm gonna respond to it, junkie, but he's a nobody. You the one got a fan out for a dude, bro, not me. I don't got a fan out for no dude. I got that boy going crazy. You don't believe it, Kev? Look at what I told you. I told you I was gonna drive him crazy. Now watch what he say. This your guy that you support. Watch what he say about what's happening to him. How the mighty has fallen. This is a big man that always talk about somebody crying. This is what he say he gonna do.
Call to action. Why is y'all letting this go down? We can't take it no more. I'm going crazy. Okay? I'm losing my mind because of this junkie Kwame Brown.
You going crazy and losing your mind, but you had a 48-hour stream of Kwame Brown. You're not losing your mind. You infatuated. You are infatuated. They're gonna laugh at you on Twitter because the moment I see you tag them on Twitter, I'm just gonna tag them with all the lives that you put up. Did you forget all the kids that you put up, boy? Have you forgot all the things that you said? See, that's what's wrong with people. They always forget the things that they themselves said. They want sympathy. You want sympathy now. A lot of you men start stuff with people, say things about other people, and then when they act in kind, you guys cry. Don't cry now, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you happen when you invite this stuff in your life. And then now, look at what he's doing. But always saying somebody else crying, but listen to him.
Call to action. Why is y'all letting this go down? We can't take it no more. I'm going crazy. Okay? I'm losing my mind because of this junkie Kwame Brown. Okay? Everybody say I'm going crazy on YouTube is because of him.
Seek mental help. Seek mental help.
Don't do this.
Now, this guy say he know the Most High. If he knew the Most High, he wouldn't act like this. Seek help, find God, and you will be okay, sir. I'm going to pray for you, okay? I'm going to pray for you.
That's Kwame's thing. Y'all.
So you seen that? You heard that. Their plan is to call some, they're going to email some random woman's law firm. They're gonna email a law firm to talk about a female that they haven't confirmed or anything. That's my girl. And they're gonna tell them that Kwame Brown said some things on the internet that they don't like. Somebody that they don't employ, somebody that has nothing to do with them. They're gonna tell them that, hey, this person knows this person. And do y'all support that? They're going to say that to lawyers. Hey, you can't make this shit up. They're going to say that to a bunch of people who know the law. Hey, I got to suggest it. Just maybe, if you don't like people talking about the person that you're with, just maybe you might not want to talk about and have videos up and have thumbnails up of the person or people that you think somebody else is with. How about that? Would that work out for you? YouTube and Smack is destroying that coke dummy junkie. Dog, y'all just don't understand. Y'all just don't understand how crazy this is, bro. Y'all don't understand how crazy this is. This guy came to the internet, showing his muscles, acting like people supposed to be scared of him, running and doing the most, doing all this wild stuff to people. And then now he got a girl that he ashamed of. Now, if you say anything about this girl, Kel, I'm telling you right now, Kel. I'm telling you right now, Kel. You know what I'm saying? My girl littler than your girl. You know what I'm saying? For real talk, no disrespect. My girl's smaller than yours. And I just want to know why you got them people coming up. You know what I'm saying? No, for real. I'm just trying to say that if you gonna have people coming up talking about people, girl, Kel, we're gonna start disrespecting you, Kel. I'm just saying, this is a warning. This is a warning. This is a warning. You know what I mean? Yeah, y'all need to stop this shit, man. Because we taking channels about ours. We watching, we filming everything. You know what I mean? The definition of kicking draws in the ass. They thought, sure. Hey, look. Hey, look. When I was on live, right, y'all, I'm in the chat. I'm over in his chat while my live going, trolling his chat. Yeah, you thought it was gonna work, huh? You thought I was gonna come over here and talk crazy so y'all can get your flag game on, huh? Not gonna work. Try again. He talking about what he thought? What he mean by he thought it was gonna work? You already got you crying out. No. See, excuse me. See, no. You thought you was gonna flag. You thought you was gonna be able to flag me. I'm so thankful that I went to church yesterday. Cause I ain't gonna lie. If I would have saw everything I saw and I didn't go to church, I wasn't feeling good. And then TJ went live again because I was gonna go live and make a few little laughs and jokes, and I might have would have got into it. But TJ went live, so I didn't go live. And then automatically they exposed their hand. They exposed their hand so quick. They already ran over there and told Kev, they're like, hey, Kwame and TJ chat talking about your girl. I'm like, huh? Kwame and TJ chat talking about his girl. And they don't even know. I had already left TJ chat. I'm already in Kev chat listening to what they saying. And they over there telling him he just listening to it. It's gassing him up. Oh, yeah, what? Oh, okay. Kwame doing what? So I go over there. I'm like, bro, how is you sitting up here listening to these people? I'm still doing the same thing I've been doing. I come at you a little bit. I thought how you said your speech was lame. I mean, we still talking back and forth, eh? I thought how you said your speech was lame. I thought it was some ghetto ratchet nonsense. But see, it's nothing to expect that from you because you know that's the type of class that you want to show, low class ratchet shit. That's what you like. You put gold teeth in your mouth and propose to a woman with gold teeth. If I was her daddy, I would have got down there on one knee with you and slapped them goddamn golds out your mouth and then picked you up and then let you stand there with pearly white teeth and say, that's how you take a picture with my daughter, nigga. Not finna have no goddamn on gold teeth in your mouth when you marry my child. That don't even make no sense. You could tell that girl, I don't believe her daddy was around. Because if it was, a man should have objected to that. Why is you? And I came over there. I asked him that with all due respect. They think everything I say is a joke. I asked him that with all due respect because I know my family. You got Auntie Janice. You got a lot of educated people in my family. They don't respect him trying to act so hip hop all the time, trying to fake in front like he's so real. They don't respect that. So the same thing, the respected side of my family gonna tell them. The ones that ain't trying to perpetuate YNs and stupid shit. He even had to admit it. He said, well, Kwame ain't the only one in my family that said I shouldn't have had my gold teeth in. I know I'm not. Everything I say ain't a joke. Some shit I say that you're going to look back 20, 30 years from now, if this was a serious situation, and say, damn, I look like a fool. I look like a fool. It aged different when you in your 40s and you're a mature man. You turn 44, 45, 46, and you round in that corner to 50. It's certain shit you just don't want to present yourself like. You do that at a throwback party. You do that at something that you having fun, but you did that at your engagement party. You only get engaged to this woman one time. So of course I understand being hip and all that. Cool, if that's what you want to do. But you got to understand there's a other side of the coin. There's no heads without a tail. And so her family are going to get pictures too. She got grandmothers, grandfathers, people that are old school that's going to be like, why is this boy standing here with this goddamn gold teeth talking about, know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? You my rock. Know what I'm saying? You were there for me. Know what I'm saying? You picked me up. Know what I'm saying? I was sitting there like, what the fuck? No, I don't know what you're saying. I mean, I can be like everybody else and applaud the gesture of somebody having a party and putting a ring on somebody's finger, but it really don't count until you get married. I've gotten engaged twice. Anybody can get engaged. You can go buy a motherfucker a ring right now and say, hey, I'm gonna marry you one day, and have everybody celebrate you. But until you actually do it, what does that mean? But I guess my sense of humor and my the way I speak, it pissed people off because I don't just automatically give celebration when then not one necessary. It's not one necessary, especially not with Kev, because I don't believe he has a date. I don't believe he has anything set up. And if he does, he can hit the link. But Kev, I just want you to know the hatred that you got. The every time TJ say something to you or about your girl, that don't got nothing to do with me, bro. So trying to add me into your nonsense, and you know, I do believe you ran over there and with the enemy and try to give information and everything that you do. But hey, who cares? Look at the way your people sound. It sounds like y'all crying. Let me play it again uninterrupted. And I want you to listen to the side that you chose. This don't sound like y'all even need to be talked to. And all I said, I kept it against you. I didn't say nothing about your girl. I challenged you as a man on what you were saying. I thought that shit was ghetto as fuck. And if I could play it without you trying to flag or getting your feelings with the music, I would play it and show you how you sounded. But you be in your feelings so much, I would rather not. You know, everything. I ain't trying to get flagged every time I say something to somebody because y'all sensitive. Just don't talk to me. YouTube need to come up with a policy. If you're talking back to a person, if you make a video about that person, you should not be able to take your video down, or you should not be able to run and cry about something that you done said about somebody else. It's a back and forth. I got all these grown men, and it's a shame. And TJ, this is what you got to understand. They're treating you like a celebrity because they know Kev started this shit. Kev bragged about getting you broken up with your girlfriend. Kev showed pictures of your girlfriend. Kev showed pictures of your girl to that junkie. So the fact that he's crying that you mentioned his girl just because he got engaged, the fact that he's crying about something, and that's a dangerous person. Kev, you better be careful in life. Later on in life, you got to be very mindful of the fact that people can see that you're narcissistic. You want things for other people that you cry about when it happens to you. You have no problem showing Tar's girl, have no problem taking credit and bragging about breaking up his girl. You have no problem with that. But when somebody talk about your girl, you act like you something better. Oh, about my girl, I'm not gonna play. About my girl. Man, all you did was call other people that don't like the Browns to mass flag. That's not you not playing. That's just you being a coward. Cause me, like I said, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Nigga, all fair in love and war. I done said something, you say something. I don't care. I'm not no girl. Nigga, I'm a man. Nigga, I said something. I own what I said. I say what I say because you said what you said. And I don't got to cry about it. And I don't got to try to get nobody in my corner. And I don't got to try to get nobody on my side. If I said it, I meant it. Like Trick Daddy say, nigga, if I said it, I meant it. And I mean what I say. If you say something about me or mine, I'm going to say something about you and yours. And I don't give a fuck who you go tell, who you go get. I don't care. I'll say it to them too. If they grinning with you, I'll say it to them too. That's how that works. If you don't want that type of stress, if you don't want that type of issue, then don't say shit to people like that. Don't put up people children. Don't talk about people girls. You guys think because you take your videos down and because y'all in a group of people that'll just mass flag, y'all think y'all better than other people? Y'all not. Y'all do the same exact thing. The same exact thing you're crying about, TJ. Kevin, you participated in it. That junkie, you participated in it. And that young lady that TJ is talking about, I didn't hear her in the background not one time saying, hey, don't call those girls big, Kev, because I'm big. Don't call those girls dark skinned. Don't say nothing about these girls. Don't pick on these ladies, Kev. We don't do that because somebody can pick on me. We not going to do. I never heard him, nobody girls say that. I didn't hear that big back over there saying, hey, junkie, you shouldn't be talking about other people's children and other people's girls because they can talk about my sausage fingers. I don't see y'all doing that. I see no accountability. I see when somebody say something back to y'all, y'all go run and cry to the white man that y'all say y'all bigger than, that y'all say that y'all taught how to read. Y'all claim you taught white men how to cook, how to read, how to do anything. But then as soon as something don't happen in your favor, the same black people that y'all was trying to disrespect, the same black people that white folks see y'all trying to tear down, y'all run to those very same white people for help, crying to them. That's a shame. That's a shame. If I ain't got no power to do nothing about somebody talking about my girl or my people, I damn sure ain't running to the white man to do it. Fuck that. I'm just gonna, hey baby, we'll figure this shit out. I'm not running. I'm not running to no goddamn white man for nobody. This shit crazy. But let's play this thing uninterrupted so these people can hear how slow they sound. You just wait till I make the email.
Always use these people's own thing against them. That's how you win. He likes to say, Gilbert Arenas, you support a man, follow you, know, remember all that shit he was doing?
No, say what
lies at that.
No, say what I said. Don't run from it. I said you support a man that was following teenage white girls online. Why not say that? That's the truth. But you stopped it off because you're ashamed. Oh.
Kwame really said he did them things at Safe Harbor. So, and they supposed to be helping mentoring kids.
I got a bridge in New York that's worth $37 million. You can buy it from me for $1. Kwame said it.
Not only this, I'm gonna tell you motherfuckers what else he was doing. Call to action on Twitter. I'm tagging them motherfuckers.
Oh God, that sounds serious. A call to action. Oh God.
Fuckers on Twitter, YouTube, the law firm, Monique, all of them. Kwame, I'm tagging them all on Twitter. Call to action. Why y'all letting this go down? You can't take it. I'm going.
Hold on. Why not say that? That's the truth. But you stopped it off because you're ashamed. Oh.
You always use these people's own thing against them. That's how you win. He likes to say, Gilbert Arenas, you support a man, follow you, know, remember all that shit he was doing?
No, say what
lies at that.
No, say what I said. Don't run from it. I said you support a man that was following teenage white girls online. Why not say that? That's the truth. But you stopped it off because you're ashamed. Oh.
Kwame really said he did them things at Safe Harbor. So, and they supposed to be helping mentoring kids.
I got a bridge in New York that's worth $37 million. You can buy it from me for $1. Kwame said it.
Not only this, I'm gonna tell you motherfuckers what else he was doing. Call to action on Twitter. I'm tagging them motherfuckers.
Oh God, that sounds serious. A call to action. Oh God.
Fuckers on Twitter, YouTube, the law firm, Monique, all of them. Kwame, I'm tagging them all on Twitter. Why's y'all letting this go down? We can't take it. I'm going. Hold on. Action. Why's y'all letting this go down? We can't take it no more. I'm going.
You can't take it no more. Oh my God, how the mighty has fallen. This is a big man that always talk about somebody crying. This is what he say he gonna do.
Call to action. Why's y'all letting this go down? We can't take it no more. I'm going crazy. Okay? I'm losing my mind because of this junkie Kwame Brown.
You going crazy and losing your mind, but you had a 48-hour stream of Kwame Brown. You're not losing your mind. You infatuated. You are infatuated. They're going to laugh at you on Twitter because the moment I see you tag them on Twitter, I'm just going to tag them with all the lives that you put up. Did you forget all the kids that you put up, boy? Have you forgot all the things that you said? See, that's what's wrong with people. They always forget the things that they themselves said. They want sympathy. You want sympathy now. A lot of you men start stuff with people, say things about other people, and then when they act in kind, you guys cry. Don't cry now, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you happen when you invite this stuff in your life. And then now, look at what he's doing. But always saying somebody else crying, but listen to him.
Call to action. Why's y'all letting this go down? We can't take it no more. I'm going crazy. Okay? I'm losing my mind because of this junkie Kwame Brown. Okay? Everybody say I'm going crazy on YouTube is because of him.
Seek mental help. Seek mental help.
Don't do this.
Now, this guy said he know the Most High. If he knew the Most High, he wouldn't act like this. Seek help, find God, and you will be okay, sir. I'm going to pray for you, okay? I'm going to pray for you.
That's Kwame's thing. You always use these people
He said he calling everyone on KB, the CEO, the president of YouTube, the chairman of Twitter, Facebook, MySpace. He finna call goddamn Rumble, Kick. Cause I'm gonna start playing this stuff on Kick too. I'm gonna start playing his son stopping his traffic with his ass. I don't think Kick give a damn about nothing. Hey, and later on, I'm gonna go on Twitch and I'm gonna just play all them lies where he talked the most egregious. He think he got rid of all them lies. Them lies where he talked the most egregious. Them doggone shorts where he's talking about kids. Oh man, I'm gonna just tag Twitter in it. I'm gonna Eminem myself. I'm gonna say, look at this guy. Before he even get to them people, they're gonna be like, dude, we saw your work. Like, shut up. And the fact that this guy don't know that I went viral, and that is some people that agree with what I say. Some of them law firms, some of them lawyers, and all this stuff that you talk about. Some of these people represented Trump, boy. They don't care nothing about what you saying, boy. You a loser. You a loser that worked for a basketball player that got federal charges. You're nobody important. So I don't know why you trying to pretend like you are, but you're not. Make your calls, do all your little dumb shit. Don't nobody care. Don't nobody care. TJ, make you a Kick page today. Make you a page on Kick where you could talk your shit on Kick and upload it on YouTube. Get your editor or Rodney or somebody to upload it on YouTube. Get you a Kick page, man. TJ, your style of content is made for Kick. It's made for Kick. Kick don't give a damn. These people will follow your funny ass over to Kick. You'll be able to say whatever you want to say. You can stream on Kick the same way you do like StreamYards. It's the same setup. They don't give a damn what you say out your mouth. So go on over there, call the action, and go get you a Twitch and a Kick. And go over there and go Twitch and Kick crazy. They don't give a damn. He can call the action all he want to. We beat a nigga down so bad. They talk about I gotta call the action on YouTube, on Twitch. Like, come on, dog. This got to be. He said, "How is this manly?" This got to be the weirdest thing I ever seen, the weakest thing I ever seen, the most unmanliest thing I ever seen. Like, this is sad. This is why YouTube can't be great again. We got too many of these type of men on YouTube. They want to fuck with people and then cry. Fuck with people and then cry. Too many of these type of men on YouTube. Too many. And I hope y'all understand this. Has that junkie been to sleep yet? No, I don't think he had. He did. Y'all got to understand what he did in the past couple of days. He did nothing but lives about Kwame Brown. He came into the new year, all Kwame Brown. He took down a live about Kwame Brown. Like, this shit is crazy. I've never seen nothing like this. He took down the 48-hour live, went back live right after that. Like, this Joker is nothing but a junkie. Nothing but a junkie. Yeah, he tried to clean his page up. He took down the 20. He trying to make it seem like he's not a weirdo. From Christmas all the way to the new year is nothing but Kwame Brown. Golly. Videos, Kwame Brown. Like, Jesus Christ, man. You got some help you need to do, man. You need to get some help. Seek help. I really wish you seek help. He trolling me? Oh no, he's not trolling me. He's crying. That's not trolling me at all. How is that trolling me? That's showing me you're infatuated with me. This is one of the ones that be over there watching all day. He called that trolling me. I don't got the time to troll nobody like that. He's still able to do this without getting removed. Yeah. He keeps my live on a loop, 72 hours straight of just playing my lives. But he want me to believe that I'm a bust and that I ain't shit and he winning. Boy, you're not gonna get me to believe you winning like that. You're not. The guys that are winning have moved on and done other things that's outside of Kwame Brown. Those are the guys that are winning. coming over here worried about what anything I'm doing, you gonna hurt yourself before I get hurt. Your feelings gonna get hurt long before I get hurt. Trust me. Your feelings will get hurt long before mine will. But let's move on from this. I'm back to some real content because these guys don't know nothing about real content. All they know is Kwame, Kwame, Kwame. I don't have my Kick page yet. I just got my Twitch page back popping. I'm gonna get Kick right after that. I'm gonna go ahead and sign up for Kick and start streaming on Twitch and Kick, man. We got to stream on Twitch, Kick. I'm gonna have all the lights lit up. You talking about, yeah, that's trolling, making a 48-hour live, taking a 24-hour live, stretching it. He did a 24-hour live. Then he stopped that one. No, he did. He's tried to do a 24-hour live, but it was only 3 hours. Then he did another live. Then he did the 24-hour live, finished that, did a 48-hour live, and then finished that, extended the 48 hours to 72 hours. So this boy here is just weird. Kwame scared. I'm always scared. There's nothing wrong with being scared. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being scared. Nothing wrong with being scared at all.
Dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife remain in New York City prison, indicted on narco-terrorism charges.
All right, it follows a daring capture by U.S. Special Forces that was months in the making, involving CIA intel on the ground in Venezuela for months and ultimately carried out by Delta Special Forces.
GOP Senator Rick Scott sits on the Foreign Relations and Armed Services Committee, joining us now. And Senator, it's worth noting that you have led on calls for removing Maduro for years before any other politician was really talking about it. As best I can remember, you were in Miami with Venezuelan Americans yesterday. Tell us this morning your thoughts.
Well, when I got the call yesterday morning at 4:30 in the morning from Marco Rubio, I was excited. I mean, this has been a lot of work by a lot of people to keep the issue alive and make sure everybody understands exactly who Maduro was, an evil drug trafficker that destroyed the lives of so many Venezuelans and so many Americans. So my heart goes out to everybody that's put their effort into this. I want to thank President Trump, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth for what an unbelievable operation this was, that had the guts to do it, because so many people didn't have the guts to do this. I want to thank and big shout out to Maria Corina Machado. I mean, this is
I heard a lot of people secretly wanted to get this operation done because Maduro was on this list to be captured this whole entire time, even during the Biden administration. But Biden was asleep at the wheel, so you know damn well if Biden is asleep, his handlers are not going to push the issue. Trump pressing the issue. If there's a drug dealer to be arrested, Trump going to get him, especially if there's money to be made out of the situation, because I do think this was heavily influenced by the oil and the natural resources over there in Venezuela. And you'd be a fool to think that Joe Biden and the rest of his administration didn't want it either. Everybody wanted a piece of Venezuela. Trust me.
lady has put her life on the line for years. Maduro wanted to kill her, and she fought and fought and fought. And so now it's, you know, we've got to bring it to a transition till we get liberty and freedom. I'm confident that Marco Rubio's got a plan. We talked about it. It's not going to be easy. There's a lot of bad people that, you know, are in power down there still. But I believe good will prevail, and we'll get freedom and liberty and for the Venezuelans.
Can I just follow up on that? Does that involve the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez? Because she obviously seemed to be on board at the press conference, what we learned from the president, but then yet yesterday she spent the afternoon on social media condemning the attack, demanding Maduro be freed.
I can't imagine that anybody as part of the inner circle of Maduro will be in power. They had an election. Maduro's not the president of Venezuela. They had an election. Armando Gonzalez won. Maria Corina Machado would have won, but Maduro wouldn't let her on the ballot. So I'm optimistic. I don't think it's going to be easy. There's been a lot of.
So they praising this guy like he's some good guy, and he didn't even win the election. The people wanted him out and he wouldn't leave. Isn't that the same thing that they were saying about Trump? So shouldn't the Democrats be up behind this? They should be supporting this because Trump is getting a dictator out of office. This is a dictator. If he didn't leave office when they voted him out, wouldn't that be considered a dictator? Wouldn't let the other lady get in office? I'm just saying, to me, that ain't right.
Bad people. These cartels have destroyed this country. So there's a lot of bad people still around in Venezuela. It's going to take a lot of work. But I can tell you what, the Venezuelan people, they want change. They voted for change. And I think there's a lot of wonderful Venezuelans that want to go home and rebuild this great country. I was there before Chavez, and it's a beautiful place with wonderful people, and they have so much in natural resources. So I'm very optimistic that we're going to have another great ally. It's got a lot of natural resources, and we'll have a lot of success.
So this will obviously have a lot of a domino effect in the neighborhood down there. President Trump and Secretary Rubio talked about the possibilities for Cuba. Let's play this clip real quick.
Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba.
When the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men. If I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned.
What is Cuba thinking right now?
We're going to see freedom and liberty in Cuba. I mean, Cuba is a failed state. The people of Cuba do not like Diaz-Canel. They don't like their government. It's all propped up with the oil from Venezuela. So Cuba's been the root of evil. So if you look at this, is an unbelievable opportunity. When Trump finishes this term, I think all across Latin America we're going to see freedom and liberty. We're going to have a new president in Colombia next year, and I think the right thing will happen there. I think Diaz-Canel will be gone. So I'm excited for all my friends that have fought all these years for freedom and liberty, and they have not been able to get a president that would show up and do the job that needed to be done. And this president has been willing to do it. So hats off to Donald Trump.
Senator,
by the way, Elon Musk is given free internet now in Venezuela. That's going to help people be able to talk to each other. That's a big deal. So I want to thank Elon Musk for doing that too.
Perhaps.
Dang, Elon Musk, I need some free internet too. Now, here's where it gets tricky with this whole Biden administration. And here's where people who are in the know, and this is what started making me look at it more, because people always have these great theories that they talk about, and they act like one side is better than the other. And they say things like both sides are one and the same coin, but then they only talk bad about one side, and they just won't keep it real. The Biden administration, based on the New York Times, Biden raised the bounty for Nicolas Maduro to $25 million. So if he can raise the bounty, which it was, this man was worth $25 million since the Biden administration. I wish I knew where his ass was at. I damn sure would have told. I'd be like, Trump, Maduro right here. 25 million. So why are these very same people getting on CNN and acting like this is the worst possible outcome ever in the world when they wanted this man too? They wanted this man too. So why are people playing? This is Eric Adams. On January 10th, 2025, the Biden-Harris administration put a $25 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro for information leading to his arrest or conviction. For information, damn. Public safety is not a political game. You do not label someone a narco dictator one year and then pretend he is no longer a threat the next simply because a different person in office. That is cynical and irresponsible. Maduro's drugs have killed thousands of Americans and continue to endanger our children. Imagine being the parent of a 2-year-old Nicholas Dominique, who died from fentanyl poisoning in a Bronx daycare. How in the hell did fentanyl get into a Bronx daycare? That's sad. A 2-year-old kid, Nicholas Dominique, died in a Bronx daycare due to fentanyl poison. Damn, that's sad. And watching this political theater America is safer today because Maduro is no longer in power. Welcome to New York, Nicholas. And that's from Eric Adams. Welcome to New York, Nicholas. You no good son of a gun. So this is where I start being tricky that so many people will mislead the people. Now, Eric Adams was a former mayor of New York, and even he has now awakened to the BS. It's like, come on, wait a minute. How you going to say this dude is a narco drug lord before Trump get in office? And then when he get caught, you come up with anything other than thank you for catching this dude. Because if Biden would have overthrown this guy and taken him down, guess what? The United States of America would have did the same thing. They would have taken over the oil. They would have taken over their resources for sure. You know why? In any drug bust that my brother and them ever been a part of, guess what happened? And I'm pretty sure that y'all know that this happened too. For those of you who have family members that ever played a part in an illegal drug activity, everything a part of what you do, if they say that those drugs was continuing a criminal enterprise, they take everything that's involved with those drugs. They take over everything that you've ever had. If you have a business and you sold drugs, they're going to say you used that drug money to continue this business. Guess who owns your business now? Big Daddy government. If you have cars, guess who owns your cars now? Big Daddy government. Guess what they do with your drug dealer friends' cars once they seize the cars? They are going to auction off those cars. Sometimes the police officers drive your cars. So don't sit up here and pretend like now because they did the same thing on a higher level, they will do this to your cousin. They will do this to your homeboy Rollo. They do this to everybody who get caught selling drugs. They seize everything and everything involved with it. So Venezuela, unfortunately, was ran by a man that happened to be involved allegedly in some drug trade. So now Venezuela is going to be seized by America because when the federal agents come to get you, they seize everything that's involved in drugs. This is not a guess. This is facts. Now, whether we like it or not, these are facts. When the government come in and you have drugs involved, they're not going to say this portion over here was only involved in drugs. This portion over here only was involved in drugs. They're going to say, nope, we found drugs. Everything belonged to us. You're going to forfeit everything that you got because you did something involving drugs. That's just the way things work. I don't know why so many Americans are talking against it because this is going to benefit us. Our gas price is going down. In Venezuela, unfortunately, they were ran by somebody wrong. And do I think that America is going to help Venezuela? Yes. I believe Venezuela is going to be a better place because of this. It's criminal? Sino, come on up, hit the link. I don't believe it's criminal. Tell me why you think it's criminal. Let me copy the link. I think this is what happened. I don't think we're looking at this the right way. This is a drug case. If this is a drug dealer, they did the same thing to Big Meech. Anybody who is involved in the drug industry, we're looking at this as America taking something. I'm looking at this as a big drug case. This is nothing but a drug case. If they labeled this guy as a narco drug dealer, everything belonged to this guy, including Venezuela, belonged to us. That's just the way that worked. I don't know what's criminal about that because the guy, Fox News already broke it down on how Trump has the authority to do this based on Article 2. And it wasn't Trump on the ground. It was the FBI on the ground. The FBI was on the ground for them. If it's a drug case, where's the drugs? Well, you already know the way a conspiracy works. My brother did 13 years and didn't get caught with one iota of drugs. If 3 or more people come together and say that you sold them some drugs, it's called conspiracy. And I don't know how they can lock you up without drugs, but they locked my brother up and they ain't catch one goddamn piece of drug on him. KB is really not that bright. Brother, you say that every time I go live, but that's okay. That's not going to stop us from spending this oil money. It's not going to stop us from spending this oil money, buddy. Carlo V, I know you got something to say, but you ain't going to hit the link. The difference is I'm talking to a grown man in Carcino who's a grown man who will come up and articulate himself very well. You guys can't. I'm saying the Democrats would have done the exact same thing. They had this man listed as a drug dealer. They upped it to $25 million for a reason. If you think if they would have caught this man that they wouldn't have took over Venezuela, you're crazy. They would have done the same exact thing. They would have took over Venezuela. They would have act like they helping Venezuela. They would have gave them some stuff, and that's that. You ain't get no oil money, F you. I'm gonna reap the benefits of the gas prices going down. That's what I said. I'm just saying. Man, KB, you got Democrat states that are refusing to give no tax on tips to poor working people because they hate Trump. That's sad. These are the people that claim they love you. Trump said no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. They don't even want to give people their money. You know, I don't think they don't want to give them their money because they don't hate Trump. I think they don't want to give them the money because they already got that money planned to give away to other people that came over here to the United States. That money got to go to Somalia. That money got to go to them other people. They don't want no money to stay with us. We ain't gonna do nothing but spend it. They don't want that type of money no more. They got to destabilize the economy. That's how you make the most money. They don't want that little money coming in slow. No, they don't want that. Let's say it's illegal for Trump to do that. Who's really going to sanction the U.S.? If it's illegal for him to do it, Congress can overturn it. Congress can say, no, Trump, we're not going to let you do that. The Trump hatred is making people absolutely stupid. They're not looking at it. They're not looking at it like it would happen to them. If one of your cousins in the neighborhood was labeled a kingpin in drugs, they are locking him up and they're taking everything that he's ever touched to state custody, federal custody. It's going to belong to the feds. And Cuba is next. I believe Cuba is going to be next. Yeah, I think Trump issued a little bit of a warning to Cuba, and they next. Because if you selling drugs, which Cuba is another state that sell a lot of drugs to the United States, so I think Cuba will be next. I think they're going to use. I think they're going to use this drug dealing tactic. These countries that sell drugs, I think that's going to be the end, especially if you have resources. And why shouldn't it? I think they should do it. These countries that have a lot of resources, but instead of them tapping into their resources, they choose to sell drugs and they choose to sell it over to the United States. I think they should seize it just like they do it in the hood. Take over their goddamn country, swap the regime to whoever we want in there, and we can start goddamn going to Cuba and skiing and shit. Jet skiing. You want to sell drugs to American people? If there's a way that we could take their shit over, let's do it. Because like they say, black people don't own no boats and no plane. And I've watched so many people get locked up and arrested. That's what I say. I said, if there's a way, you say all countries sell drugs. I agree with that. And if there's a way, I don't want the countries that sell drugs that don't got no resources. We got to have a reason to go over there. See, no, y'all must not. We saying the same thing. I'm not going to argue about what America doing because I know they're going to do it anyway. But what I'm saying is that is a good excuse to go over there and steal their resources because that's all they did. They came up with plausible deniability. You guys sold drugs to America, so we're going to take over your country, and now those resources are my resources. And I say, shit, touche. Let's find the other countries that got great resources that happen to be selling fentanyl and cocaine and they got oil and shit up under the ground. Let's go get that too. Yeah, let's get that shit too. That's all I'm saying. You won't get no argument out of me. He talking about this is your leader. First of all, dummy, I never said I was a leader. You remember Halima left because I wouldn't be her leader. Why don't you go just be a YN and go do some YN stuff? Why is you up here with a see? You want to fake YN. See, I can't stand a fake YN. Y'all be over here trying to fake like y'all tough around old niggas. Go out there with one of them YNs that barely can read, that stutter a little bit, that as soon as you talk tough to them, you're going to have to do what you say right there on the spot. Don't come over here to us old jokers telling us y'all YNs. When I was a YN, I was dealing and hanging with YNs. Y'all over here in old spaces because y'all don't want to get hurt. And that's okay. But don't pretend YN over here. Yeah, don't pretend YN over here. Go on out there and do YN stuff. You over here in a chat of a 40-something-year-old man thinking that you smart. Now I'm in my feelings because I'm pointing out that I'm well older than you, but you keep coming over here listening to what I got to say. I can't be your daddy, boy. You know what I'm saying? You one of them misfit kids that's going to tell me I'm not your real daddy. So I don't got time to be whipping no little kid ass now. You know, don't come over here with all that, boy. Coming over here making all that goddamn noise now. What's a YN? A kid that ain't get that belt to the ass. That's all that is. A kid that ain't get that daddy with a belt to that ass. CIA is the biggest drug dealer in the world, for sure. But we ain't gonna get no money from ourselves. Duh. We ain't gonna get no money from ourselves. They use that as an excuse to go get the money. Listen, I heard Carcino lie. As soon as I saw, they said, when I saw that interview of Trump saying, we gonna take over their oil, we gonna take over, I said, oh shit. I say, damn, I know they ain't tell Trump to say that shit. Yeah, I watched that Dave Chappelle skit. Let me go get it. I watched that Dave Chappelle skit. Somebody sent it to my phone. It is hilarious. And it was true way back then. It's true now. Let's see. They said, oh. Let me get that skit. Hold on. And everybody knew this because everybody knew this from back in the day. I don't know why people acting brand new. You won't try to get me to defend this as something that is not. In my opinion, this is what it is. Is this on IG? Oh, yeah, it's on Instagram. Let me see if it come up. How do I watch something that I already watched on IG? Who is this? Send me something. This get Richard Shields at 50 Cent thing is funny. Hold on, y'all.
Venezuela for oil.
What? Huh? Oil? Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? I'm not doing this by myself, and I'm not disrespecting the UN, even though they don't got no army. Go sell some medicine, bitches. Trying to get that oil.
What about people who say you're only interested in Venezuela for oil?
What?
It's about what? Oh.
Who said something about oil, bitch? You cooking? I'm not doing this by myself, and I'm not disrespecting the UN, even though they don't got no army. Go sell some medicine, bitches. Trying to get that oil.
That was Trump up there. We're gonna get that. Trump told everything. Yeah, we're gonna run the country. We're gonna get the oil. We're gonna get their natural resources. I bet they was up there like, Trump, shut the hell up. The live just buffered. They're probably because they flagged for that part. Send a link. Okay. Now, we go get that oil. That was hella funny. He got to find the one where he's talking about the UN trying to sanction America. I'm gonna have to find all of joints. Hold on. I'm gonna let Cito come up. Then we gonna talk about it. I'll find it. Who said something about? He said about who said something about oil? You cooking? I told you, all they need is a little bit of plausible deniability. But we all know they want that oil. I don't think Trump is doing anything different than what the interests of the United States want. They act like Trump is this dictator. Trump ain't doing this shit on his own. That man is in New York custody. He's in jail in New York. They have federal charges on him out of New York. This is not just Donald Trump. They want palpable deniability. What's up, Carcito?
What's up, man? Why y'all celebrating this mess?
Hey, no, it's gonna be some backlash, but to me, I'm not celebrating it. I just think it's mighty strange. And I saw your live, and I said the same thing. You went live before me, but I'm like, oh, America doing what America do. We bullying people, and that's why people running planes into a building and all kind of stuff. But at the same time, I do believe Biden and that administration would have done the same exact thing.
Nah, they couldn't. They wouldn't have done that.
All right, tell us why.
They wouldn't. The reason why they wouldn't have invaded Venezuela and tried to take over the way they did, because one, it's going to create scarcity. And when you do that, you're going to make these people link with other people that don't like what the United States have done. And now this is how when people start staging a coup and you have alliances. The Venezuelans, they're responsible, because this is my expertise. You know, I used to be a broker for oil overseas. So Venezuelans, and that's why I know all the prices, what they're moving, everything. So the problem that was transpiring here, the Iran is one of the people that have the money that was financing Venezuela. And they was actually supposed to use their air forces to support them from any invasion. So that's why I was surprised that the United States did what they did, because Venezuela they're like a third world country, but they're rich. This is why this whole drug thing is crazy, because it's like they don't need to sell drugs. That's like LeBron James on the corner selling packs. You know, it doesn't make any sense. They have their oil refinery is one of the biggest in the world. It's like rich beyond imagination, like billions, almost $1 trillion in oil. And then you have the gold, the silver, the minerals in this country. very rich. Their energy sources, all of their resources makes this country should be rich. It's rich in all of everything around it, but the citizens are treated poorly. But that's because of how they run their regime. But Russia and actually China as well also get their oil from Venezuela. They all got to meet in a place called Rotterdam. And that's where they get it from the ports and take it from Rotterdam on to the next destination. So, because no boat can go from U.S. to Russia or from Russia to the United States. So Rotterdam is like the meeting ground where everybody would get their oil, transfer it over, and send it to where it goes. And mostly all the oil gets docked in Houston.
Well, let me say this, I'll say this. I can guarantee you if they do a federal analysis of the people who didn't have to sell drugs and shouldn't have sold drugs, the feds would tell you more often than not, a lot of the millionaires that continue selling drugs, they don't have to sell drugs. They made enough money in the drug game to walk away. They just don't. And most of the drugs, it's like selling drugs is a high. And there's no making money like drug money. Oil money is taxed. Oil money is restricted. Oil money is calculated. And somebody can actually see how much money you make when you're dealing in oil. When you're dealing in drugs, that money comes so fast. The IRS got nothing to do with it. And you have a money problem at that point. Oil tycoons don't have a money problem. They can put their money in the bank, but there's no money like drug money. That's why so many people do it.
Drug money is overrated.
It's definitely overrated because you have to hide it in so much stuff that you have to do. But I'm talking about as far as making the actual money. There's no money like making drug money and illegal money. That's why it comes so quick. That's why so many people do it, used to do it.
And it's too much risk, too much death, too much nonsense and red tape when you don't need to, when you run a country and you have all of these resources that are bringing you that's worth billions of dollars. It doesn't make any sense.
But I always never understood.
Venezuela is ran by, they have gang members who are drug lords in there, not the actual president of the country, but the actual drug lords that's out there doing these things. Venezuela is not one that is a meaningful producer of fentanyl or any other drugs that are dominating and taking the lives and overdosing in the United States. They're not even close. Even the cocaine that they produce flow mostly through the UK, through Europe. Nothing going through the United States. So
it comes through Mexico. They put the pipeline. They put the pipeline up on Fox. Unless you don't agree with that pipeline, the federal agents are going to put out the indictment today. They're saying that it comes up and it comes through Texas and through the United States. So they send it out to other different tunnels, but it flows all in through the United States. That's what they're
making it seem as if Venezuela are the drug lord capital. Venezuela, Mexico bring in more drugs than Venezuela could ever do. Fentanyl coming from China and Mexico, damn near exclusively, and they know it. Cocaine, all of it, pills.
Well, then China's going to
not go invade Mexico and see how that's going to turn out.
But China is going to take a big hit because if that's the case and they're getting their oil from Venezuela, then Trump's going to tell them you're not going to get no more oil if you send that fentanyl in here.
Man, they don't care about no fentanyl. This whole invasion, which was illegal, it's an illegal seizure, even by the article that they're claiming. I'm like, did anybody even read the article? That is not how it works. You cannot go and invade someone else's country and take their stuff under the constitutional. What's that? The second Article 2, paragraph 4 does not dictate you going over there and take it. They put that in there saying that no, you can't do it. And this is why
is he saying on Fox?
If this was what it was a drug case and all of this, why didn't he use the DEA? Why he use the FBI? Why didn't he use Congress? Why didn't he go refer with Congress like he's supposed to do? He's supposed to go to Congress.
But to be fair, there's when a president want to do something without Congress, they all have acted outside of Congress. Biden has done it. Obama did it twice. So let's just call a spade a spade. Let's not. The only thing that I disagree with is that we highlight one side as if the other side hasn't done the same thing. For everything that you're saying, the Democrats have done the exact same thing. So Trump is no saint. You won't get that argument out of me. But if Biden is going to up this man's bounty to $25 million, this is a person of interest, of serious interest. You don't get a $25 million tag on your head just by being the president of Venezuela. So this is not an innocent person by a long shot. So whatever they got on him, maybe they shouldn't have taken over the country. It's my opinion that our country wanted to take over that resources, and everybody's resources for that matter. If they can do it without looking like a villain, I think America would take everybody's shit. That's just what we do.
But see, here's the thing. They can't legally take over. So the president has to defer the ownership to while they taking him down to his vice president. So she's in control. So right now, the United States cannot take occupancy right now. They're saying if this person doesn't do what we say do, then we will have to take over. But right now, they can't legally do that. It has to go through the proper channels. So that's why this lady who was vice president is running the country right now. And she's talking to Russia right now to see like what's going on here in this fiasco. Because now she got to go to the Supreme Court.
She better be smart. Those sanctions are coming.
Plus, Obama and them have never invaded a country and took it over. They never overstepped Congress and said we couldn't go over to another country and take over everything, the oil and
not taking it over, but for as military strikes and things like that, when you're supposed to go through Congress, all of those presidents don't.
But you don't have to go through. It's in the article of self-defense of the country. That means if you're in self-defense, you don't have to go through Congress. So that's called the act of war. If it's
so you're saying that what I'm saying is you're saying that President Trump is the only president that acted outside of Congress that didn't go get Congress
to seize a country. Yes,
you just said he didn't seize the country yet. You just said the vice president
to try to seize the country.
I tried to make my free throws.
Yes,
right. So
to do that.
But so for the record, Trump is not the only president that acted outside of Congress to do something that they shouldn't have done without Congress approval. He's not the only guy that's done that, right?
Well, that's the thing. You don't have to go through Congress to retaliate, to drop a bomb in retaliation. You don't have to do that. When we invaded Iraq, when we said
you're making it specific to that. Let me go find what I'm talking about. Go ahead. I'm gonna go find what I'm talking about because I know all of these presidents don't listen to Congress. There was several things that they've done throughout history that certain presidents were supposed to go through Congress to get it done, and they used their presidential authority. They didn't go through Congress, and that's what I'm trying to get to. They were all Republican.
They were all Republican. George Bush Sr.
They could be all Republican. I just want people to know that this is not a one-off that for Trump to do this because they want to make Trump seem like a dictator.
George Bush Sr. did it against Noriega.
Okay.
When he went and got Noriega in Nicaragua, they went over there and they took him out of power. But the reason that they come up with is the same thing they did for Maduro, saying they don't recognize him as a president of Venezuela. They look at him as a head of state or mostly a general. They never acknowledged him. They used to in the past, but in like 2013, 2014, they stopped like really acknowledging him as the president of Venezuela, saying we don't recognize him as president. So
because he wouldn't leave. This guy was like a dictator, like they saying Trump is. He got voted out and wouldn't leave. And then this guy, what do you say to this? Sino, you're wrong on this one. The DOJ and Pam Bondi. This was the DOJ and Pam Bondi, so that means they didn't have to tell Congress.
The Department of Justice, that's because they made the excuse that they don't recognize him as the president of Venezuela. If you say that we don't recognize him in the United States, because Biden didn't recognize him in 2015, 2016. So for 2015, they didn't recognize him but he actually won an election and was president. And then his election was over. He ran again once the other one, what's his name, Ortega, he died in office. So he came back, and then he ended up becoming president of Venezuela again. And the United States said, well, we don't recognize him as president of Venezuela. So that's what the excuse is. When you don't recognize him, Noriega was more of a militant soldier than the actual president, but he was the president of Nicaragua. But they said, no, we look at him as a military leader. So when they came over for the invasion and they took Nicaragua, this was the same acts they used, the same policy that they tried to say.
Okay, what do you say? This guy said Obama destroys Libya by overthrowing Gaddafi, though.
He didn't overthrow Gaddafi. That was Gaddafi's own people that did that. United States didn't do it. They just didn't help.
But if Trump didn't actually take over, if he went over there and Pam Bondi got this guy that they had a $25 million bounty on, and they just brought him over to the United States to face charges, but their vice president is still running the country, that means Trump did everything right.
Well, Trump's saying they have to do everything that the United States want them to do, or they will have to take over. So he's convinced that she's going to do the right thing. So that's what he's saying. But her speech wasn't going in the way that that Trump was saying it. She was saying it's a kidnapping. So she's like, well, that was a kidnapping. They took this guy. There was no evidence. Like, where's the evidence of the crime? What is all these things that's supposed to happen? Like, he's got to
I think that's a little rich coming from her saying, where's the evidence when they just arrested the guy? When they swept my brother away the night before and they had a warrant, they didn't present us with all the evidence while he's arrested. He has to be arraigned in a court of law. That's why he's in New York right now. And they're going to arraign his ass probably later on today or first thing in the morning. But we're going to know his charges, and then we'll go from there. But for her to get on camera and say, what is the evidence? The evidence got to be presented in the court of law, in the U.S. court of law. He just made it here.
Yeah, she wanted to have proof of life. They didn't just arrest him; they arrested his wife.
They perp walked him into the courthouse. He said Happy New Year to people, so they know he's alive. But if I'm the United States, I want to make sure I take his wife, his kids, or whoever else I got at a safe location. I'm not going to arrest them because I'm going to use them as leverage to flip him. I'm going to say,
no, they charging her too. They charging the wife.
But that's a formality. I would say, look, your wife's going to get a life sentence, but I really have her in a hotel room, nice, and keep her safe, and say, look, she can stay that way, and unless you cooperate with us. If you don't, she's going to get a maximum security cell underground. I haven't done that to your wife yet, so we respecting you. So let's talk. Let's make a deal. That's how they're going to do that. They're not going to put his wife in no what would be his incentive to be nice to him and get a deal? United States want a deal. So they're just using his wife as leverage, his kids as leverage. They don't want them in prison. They want that man to think about his wife, think about his kids, and say everything that he knows. Well, we are not the only country that doesn't recognize him as a president. And then he says, Sino, what are you talking about? Hillary Clinton literally said about Gaddafi, we came, we saw, he died. What the hell? Even Farrakhan blamed Obama and Clinton.
You
brought Al W back out.
Hillary Clinton is not the president of the United States of America. We were talking about the president. Hillary Clinton was not the president of the United States.
I remember Farrakhan blaming Obama and the Clintons for Gaddafi, though. He did a whole speech.
Yeah, the Clintons, because Hillary Clinton had a problem with him.
Mm-hmm.
So her operation went and did whatever she did in that thing, but I don't want to speculate into what they did on here. It's allegedly she was involved in that act, but that had nothing to do with Barack Obama. But in Article 2, Paragraph 4, it says, and it states that the rule says that every state must refrain from using military force against another country and must respect their sovereignty.
And I think we broke that every time. I don't think no president respect that.
That's what I'm saying. And they use this. They use this to invade, and that's why I'm like, wait a minute, this is an illegal seizure.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but from the way that they're describing it, I think Trump. I don't think Trump is a stupid guy. I think Trump always find a way to break the law legally right in front of your face. What we think is illegal, he find a way that there's a loophole that is actually not illegal. Like the way he does not pay taxes. The way he doesn't pay taxes, there's an actual tax code that if you follow the letter of that tax code, you learn it. It don't matter how much money you make, you can find a way not to pay taxes if you do it the right way. Trump was the only president in president history that got called out by somebody that he was running against, and Hillary Clinton, to say, you don't pay taxes. And he said, he didn't say, yes, I do, or try to hide. He said, that makes me smart. And I enjoy the same tax codes you and your friends do. And if you don't want me to not pay, if you want me to pay taxes, change the tax code. Said that to everybody to hear. And people saying they don't like this guy. This guy is basically telling you, put your kids in the taxes, get them to learn a tax code, and they'll be smarter than to talk about what gender they are and all this other nonsense that they teach them in school. I don't want my kids to learn nothing else but math, science, and how to read and the tax code. That's it. If somebody could teach them that, I'll forego school. They can learn how to make money, learn the tax code, learn how to read, and then we all to the good. Now the money that they make, they can keep. Why ain't America pushing that? And this says Jefferson, Madison, Reagan, H.W. Bush, Clinton, Obama, Trump, Biden have all acted outside of Congress and used military action. That's why I say they all do the same thing.
Military, they're putting the whole thing together in one big bowl. There are differences. You could use military action if it's in self-defense. That's why you don't have to go through Congress. It's an act of war. You have a right to defend yourself. The president has a right to do a military action outside of the UN if they wanted to. This is how we did the invasion in Iraq. Remember, we didn't consult with the UN because it was an act of war against the United States. That's what they viewed it when they went in and invaded Iraq. And they didn't go through the UN. And the UN is like, hey, you can't do that. That's why we're here. They say, no, it's the article of law. We don't have to do that when it's an act of war against the United States. This is a different situation. You're basically taking over sovereignty in another country. So now you removed the leader of that country. You see, when they went over there and got Saddam Hussein out of there, they declared it was weapons of mass destruction, which we all know now that was a lie. And people were fired over that years later. But they all created it in 2003. They made this big lie and everything. Weapons of mass destruction. They got weapons of mass destruction. Then they did the investigation and no weapons of mass destruction, no warheads. And then they already killed Saddam, everything. So it was like, oh, sorry about that. But what did that help? What did that do for the country? Did we benefit from that? No, we really didn't. We took over the oils, right? But did Iraq? Why did we make Iraq great again? No, we didn't. Iraq is still a mess. Still, we spent all that money with the military trying to do infrastructure, rebuild over there, and they did nothing. All of it did nothing. Didn't do anything to the country. Housing market still a mess. Property taxes is still going up high. Food costs still high. Health insurance is through the roof. And this is going to make it all better? I'm more concerned about those things than us taking over Venezuela.
Yeah, he said Maduro wasn't even the president. He lost the election. He was a dictator. He was a dictator of his country, but the U.S. had a warrant out for him since the Biden administration. But it's about the resources in Venezuela. We all know that. Them working with China and them working with China. Did Obama call his second of what did he say? His Secretary of State Clinton out for saying what she said about Liberia? Wouldn't that be his content or consent from the action?
Did he
Wouldn't that be
call
his
out
action?
Secretary of State Clinton? I don't know if he called out what she said about Libya, but the Libyans took out Gaddafi. They the ones that took him out. It's on video.
His own people took him out.
Yeah, it was on video. His own people took him out. They took him out of office, drug him out of the hole. It was his own people that took him out. And he was begging for his life, telling them, don't do it. I'm with you. I'm your president. They didn't care. They didn't want him to be the president.
He talk about this why they hate Kwame Brown. It has nothing to do about basketball. Y'all white lives hate black independence. I just call it spade a spade. They both do the same shit. Like they both do the same thing.
This is only gonna create more like tension with other countries unifying. And when they see
do that, I don't know how it's gonna fall out, but I do know that both sides wanted a Venezuela. Then now the tactics might have been different. I think Obama and the Clintons are a little more. They have a little more tact. They're not going to openly say we're going to run Venezuela like Trump would do, but they would have. Obama would have did that smooth left-handed shit where he talked to that lady behind the scenes, acting like he ain't did nothing. But we would have been running Venezuela the same way that Trump is going to try to run. And I don't think it's just one man. I think it's the United States. I think that's what we do. This man is on federal papers. Trump can't make Pam Bondi them do all that. Like, if that's the case, then they should be sanctioning all these people. Now, we're going to see how it plays out, but everybody wanted this land. Venezuela is too rich for nobody to want it. Everybody
gonna want it. That's like Russia wanting Ukraine. You know, everybody's going to want people's land, but you weren't going to take it. See, Iran makes money mostly through them and was protecting them through military. I don't know what happened there where they just did a military action, and that's where they're supposed to go through Congress. See, they dropped bombs in Venezuela. That was the major problem. You dropped a bomb in there and did a military action when there was no action done against the United States to declare a war where you can say, well, this was an act of war on our country. We have a right to defend ourselves. They didn't attack.
Venezuela can't do shit. They're gonna have to call somebody else. That's what make it bad though. It make us look like bullies because Venezuela is not a country that can defend themselves that way.
Right. They don't have a terrorist group. They're not a terrorist cell. And now the thing is that you didn't go through the proper channels. You would have to go through Congress if you're going to do that with some other country who has not done anything as an act of war towards the United States. See, that's why.
What if they're looking at the sale of fentanyl? What if they're looking at the sale of fentanyl in America as like a threat to our citizens and a threat to our country? Because I think that's how
you would have to prove that, because then everybody's a threat then. Because China,
I think that's what they're setting the stage for. I think you're absolutely right.
So
I think they're setting the stage to say that
China's a threat. China, like people's ordering fentanyl off the internet and getting it from China.
Then they're going to consider China a threat. I think once they get enough of these countries on their side, get their resources, get them as allies, then they're going to, because that's going to hurt China a little bit. If China's getting oil from Venezuela and somehow Trump can convince Venezuela without taking it from them, if they can convince Venezuela to stop selling oil to China, does that have any effect on China?
Yeah, China. I mean, China's good because China has already surpassed the United States in a lot of ways. And what they're doing is getting ready to cut the United States off completely. And by doing that, they're getting ready to stage themselves in war. They're taking over all the Indian countries. They're partnering with them. They building the railing system going around the world. They got one that they building that's like 16 billion that's going to go directly to the UK. They've already built the one that I said in 2022. It's up and running. Matter of fact,
it can go where? From where to where?
I'm gonna send it to you now and show you what it looked like.
Yeah, where can it go to? Like, go from where to where?
Oh, now they can go straight to Africa. They can go right to India. See, people forget how China is close to everything. And now that new railing system is complete. And I told everybody about it in 2022. And now that they've seen that new thing and they built it so quick, it's the most efficient railing system in the world. Now the other countries are afraid that China's can put troops on there to go into other countries and take it over. So they're afraid.
Let me ask you this: how can China leave the United States when we consume the most products from them? That's like losing their biggest contract.
Oh no, here's the thing. They're gonna go around because they use the United States as a port to go to the UK, everywhere else. They was like, you know what, we gonna just cut y'all off completely. And that's what they're getting ready to do because of this tariffs. They started building things in other countries so they can get around the tariffs. We
gonna fuck them countries up then. The US ain't gonna play that. We gonna invade them. We gonna find something. We gonna slap any country that's dealing with China.
In a position to battle China.
We ain't gonna battle China. We gonna fuck up all their friends. That's how that works. Then look at what they just did. You just explained to me why they just slapped around Venezuela. That's what just got Venezuela slapped around. Okay. Anybody that's helping China build these roadways, United States finna act like 50 Cent. They finna anybody who grin, anybody who act like they cool with Rick Ross, Venezuela finna get slapped, and everybody finna get slapped around.
China built all this off us. Okay, I just sent it to you. There it is. That's China's railing system. It's the biggest in the world.
Carved into mountains and river valleys in the country's southwest. For most of its history, that terrain made it one of the hardest major cities in China to reach. Now, China has built a solution so big it almost defies belief. This is Chongqing East Railway Station. It covers 1.22 million square meters, an area larger than 170 football fields and more than 5 times the size of New York's Grand Central Terminal. It's not just a station. Inside, there are 8 levels stacked above and below ground. High-speed trains, metro lines, shopping malls, offices, hotels, all inside one building. At its busiest, it can move 16,000 passengers every single hour. Step outside, and you're in a brand new city district built entirely around it. It's the largest high-speed rail station on Earth, and it's about to change the way Western China travels forever. But before we go into how and why this massive project came to life, a quick shout out to today's sponsor, Outskill. To give away 1,000 people live in its wider municipality, more than the population of entire countries like Australia or Malaysia. The city is carved into the mountains of southwest China, stretching along the Yangtze and Jialing rivers. It is beautiful to look at, with steep hills rising from the water and endless layers of bridges connecting the ridges. But its geography, while stunning, has always made moving around a challenge. Roads twist and climb, bridges stretch over wide river crossings, and districts are often separated by terrain that feels like natural walls. In a place like this, transportation is not just part of city life. It's the lifeline that holds the city together. And for a long time, that lifeline struggled under the weight of its own demand. Chongqing's early rail links to the rest of China were slow and limited. The city simply couldn't take full advantage of that position. In 2019, the decision was made. A completely new station would rise on the city's eastern side, one big enough to handle future passenger volumes, one designed not only to serve trains, but to anchor a whole new urban district, a place that could become the eastern gateway to the city for decades to come. Construction began in 2022. Just 38 months later, the doors were open. The finished station is unlike anything.
They built this whole thing in 38 months because they got all them China people in there. They were working on this. Billions. We
had 1 million people working on this at one time.
No, we built all this. They built this off our infrastructure because they do all the manufacturing. We buy everything. So we giving them all the money.
You underestimating the power of the United States. I'm telling you. Did you hear the way Glasses Malone, the way he talked to Adine Ross? Look, your friends ain't got the money you got. We gonna get at all your friends around you. That's what America doing. Hold on, let's give Mel Dub an opportunity. Salute to you, Mel Dub. What's up?
Hey, Bo. Salute, bro.
What's up? Here you go.
Hey, salute, Sino. Hey, man. First off, man, I appreciate y'all brothers having adult conversations, man, because some people can't have these conversations of disagreement. So, way to do it the right way. But hey, I do want to say one thing about what Sino was saying. Some of you guys don't know right now, China is building a canal through Nicaragua. I don't know if you guys knew that. And basically, that's to cut off any ties or necessity of being the Panama Canal. They're going to be competing. So, to your point, Sino, I think that's a factor in terms of their ability to try to bypass any type of embargoes or any type of sanctions.
Yep, they're not
Now,
going to deal with the United States. I'm telling you, it's becoming that. This was the railing system. This one here is just the beginning. They're going to build one that go directly to the UK. They got one that's going directly to Africa. They got one that's going straight into India now through these mountain regions that you finna see right now. That on here, this railing system here, this is just one. They building another one. They're gonna build so many of these railing systems, and they got the money to do it.
well, the main thing for that canal that's being built in Nicaragua is in the event there's a military conflict, it makes it a lot faster to have this to send the ships from China to the east coast of the United States. So that's probably one of the reasons why the United States want to get ahead of Venezuela now. But Sino, I did want to come up here, man. I was working out and I was like, man, Sino wrong. I had to come up here and tell you. You said, as far as Gaddafi, there are 2 points I just want to pick your brain on. You said that as far as Gaddafi is concerned with Libya, that his own people overthrew him. Do you know how those people captured Gaddafi?
They got him out of a hole after he was hit by a drone.
It wasn't a drone, it was an airstrike. Who did that airstrike? Do you know?
I don't know the exact town or the
United States of America conducted that airstrike with NATO support. Now, NATO has nothing to do with Africa, but NATO was there. They conducted the airstrike. Obama, Hillary Clinton, all of those people were sitting in the war room watching this happen. So it was the United States military that actually led to Gaddafi being captured and killed, because it was our airstrike that caused that to happen, to disable his caravan. So Obama does have Gaddafi's blood on his hands and is responsible for the destruction of a stable nation such as Libya. Libya is in disarray even to this day because of that. So that's a fact.
That proves the fact that every time we intervene as a country that we destabilize, we don't make it better. So,
I agree with that. The reason why I say what I say is because, like Mel Dub is saying, don't nobody complain when the other side do it. That's my only point.
Well, I don't have any. I'll have to research to see if Obama was in the war room, and I have no information on that.
I promise you he was.
On the tape, I know that he had problems with Hillary Clinton. He went to the White House to talk to Obama to try to save himself, but Gaddafi was not going to step down. He was not going to relinquish power. So,
there's a picture of Obama, Biden, and Clinton in the war room when Gaddafi, when his motorcade was airstruck. I promise you can look it up. And then to your point, as far as with Venezuela, respectfully, brother, I know you came up and you said the actions were illegal, but in the same conversation, in the same context, you have to concede that even though Trump may have wanted to do something, they haven't done it. They haven't overthrown the Maduro government. What they did was they arrested him solely on charges that the Biden administration imposed on him, that the previous Trump administration imposed on him. So it's not like they overthrew the Maduro government or the government in charge. That's why the vice president is still in charge. So can we concede that Trump didn't do anything or act illegally in accordance to either international law or in accordance even with federal law, because he got the federal court's approval to do it, and he didn't need Congress to do it because it wasn't a military intervention, so it wouldn't fall under the War Powers Act. By the way, for anyone saying that.
Well, it was a military intervention because they dropped bombs. See, they keep omitting that part. They drop bombs in Venezuela.
You do, but you do understand that a president has the authority to conduct those type of strikes up until 60 days that president needs to give gets congressional approval for that. A president can literally, that's why Obama sent troops into Nigeria to go after Boko Haram and didn't need Congress approval. That's why we went down to and gave money to the Sandistas, which was illegal, but that was for a different reason, because you don't need Congress approval to conduct those type of raids. You need it only when it comes to direct military intervention in such acts such as a war. I swear you can look it up, bro.
I'm gonna say right now, I'm like, only if it's an act against the United States, like a military action or an act of war, can they go against and don't have to consult Congress. When if a country is not like a third world country who don't drop bombs or they have no plans of attacking, like if it's a war, like if they attacked U.S. soldiers, then you don't have to confer. It was a military action. When you went over there and dropped bombs first in Venezuela, you know that had to go through Congress, and you didn't. You omitted that and went there and dropped a bomb. Once you dropped the bomb, that's when it became an illegal seizure. You cannot do that.
So we have two different opinions on that. And like I said, the only way to do it is to research it for both. If anyone disagrees or agrees, don't agree with Carcino just because you like him and you hate Mel. Don't agree with Mel because you like Mel and you hate Carcino. You guys can look this up. But now, did the United States send military to Nigeria to go after Boko Haram when they did the whole Bring Back the Girls campaign?
I don't know. I have to go back and see
the answer is yes, we did. Did Obama need approval? No, he did not. We've done this throughout the course of time, in the course of history. The only thing that Trump needs approval for is if he declared an act of war against Venezuela, against the country of Venezuela, which he did not. And the final thing I'm going to say too is, like I said, like this is all great points of information, but look at what the Venezuelan people are doing. Look at how the Venezuelan people are feeling. The Venezuelan people, especially I live down here in Florida, they love the fact that this government has been overthrown. The only people who are upset about it are people like that D. Anthony Watson in the chat who's blackfishing. It's people like that who get upset, who hate Trump, the Never Kingers. But the Never Kingers are okay with Maduro to be in power, who was a tyrant who stole elections, that even Obama considered him a threat to democracy. Biden considered him a threat to democracy. But the Venezuelan people overwhelmingly seem like that they support this change. And I'm talking about the people in the country. So, but Sarcino, salute to you, bro, because like I said, you got some strong points on it, but I do want you to look into that a little bit more as far as where the War Powers Act begins and where it ends. Salute to you, KB, for having these powerful conversations on good conversation that Black folks can show our educated ability to talk about. So salute to y'all guys.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about with Boko Haram, but that's because it was a military action. Those people kidnapped the girls, and it was a kidnapping. So that's why they had you don't have to go through Congress when it's a military action.
But so I was about to leave, but so with that point, Venezuela, one of the major reasons that Trump has justified that action was Mobil, which is an American company, oil company, had oil refineries down there in Venezuela before the Chavez regime, the one who started all of this. That regime took those reserves from Mobil. They did not compensate Mobil. So basically they stole American property from Americans in Venezuela, where before Venezuela had given it to them. They never compensated them. So in that same sense that we went into Nigeria with Boko Haram, you could then say that we went into Venezuela because that government leader, Maduro, went and stole American property that was in that country and that existed in that country. If that makes sense.
If that's the case, then it has to go through the courts. You have to go through the courts then.
They went and Trump is arguing that he went through the courts. He didn't go through Congress, but he went through the courts. That's his argument. That is legit his argument. You can look it up. And Marco Rubio has argued they went through the courts, and the courts have approved them to take that action. Yeah.
So the courts approved them to take that action, and they bring them to court. Then the guy who didn't fund them, who you say ripped off Moto or whoever owned the refineries before them, and they didn't pay them up or whatever. If that was the case, then that person died in office.
Yeah, and Maduro took over, who was a supporter of his, and kept that same and did so. Basically, the government of Venezuela owed those people and failed to pay it, and the people who were in charge of the government, Maduro, Chavez is dead. So that's a part of it. And the drug piece, I'm not too familiar in terms of, or I'm not too wise on it. As far as like, I ain't gonna lie, it's about the oil.
Exactly.
It's about the oil, but Venezuela is a harborer of drugs, and fentanyl is, and a very serious point I want to say too. Fentanyl is a very serious crisis that is happening in the United States, and it is infecting our kids, and they are definitely sending it through the southern border, and they are disguising it as candy, all sorts of things, and we have kids who are dying daily because they are taking fentanyl and they don't even know it. We absolutely have to do something about it, and it's not being made in New Orleans, it's being made somewhere overseas.
It's been made in Mexico and China. Those are the two main suppliers of fentanyl, and they know it.
In Mexico, or just is it being sent through Mexico?
In Mexico, and in China.
Okay.
You can order fentanyl through the mail in China.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep. So, hey, salute to y'all brothers, man.
I'll salute to you, man.
Salute. Happy New Year.
You brought a lot of things up to talk about, and a lot of things that just like from the other side, like with the Boca situation. I had to go look that up because I forgot all about it. But yeah, it was a military action because they kidnapped the girl, so they didn't have to deal with Congress. So it was exactly like I was saying. And like he said, it ain't got nothing to do with drugs because they're not even that's like small time, like Venezuela. They're not even a major distributor of fentanyl to push it through the United States in droves. They're not even, that's just something small or something they could put in a tagline to make the excuse of what they're doing.
Yep, plausible deniability. I think we all can agree that we don't believe that it's about drugs, that it's about controlling all the natural resources in Venezuela. Let me lay this out on the wood. I think Africa, since if we're going to go off the theory that they're after natural resources, don't you think they're going to go to Africa next? Africa helped China out a lot. China's
got that on lock. This is what it's going to talk about now with this railing system.
The station has 8 levels stacked above and below ground. On the upper decks, 15 platforms and 29 tracks handle high-speed and conventional trains. Below, entire floors are dedicated to metro lines, bus terminals, parking garages, and commercial areas. At peak times, it can process up to 16,000 passengers per hour, hundreds of thousands in a single day. The architecture is as ambitious as the numbers. The wave-like roof covers 120,000 square meters and weighs over 16,000 tons. It's held up by giant tree-shaped columns inspired by Chongqing's city tree. The is that the terminal itself becomes the centerpiece of a 3.5 square kilometer new district, with offices, hotels, malls, and public spaces all within walking distance. Step off your train and you're already in the middle of a functioning city center. This approach is meant to do more than move passengers. It's designed to pull development eastward, creating a new economic hub within Chongqing while connecting the city to the rest of China's high-speed rail grid. Screeding robots handled concrete leveling, allowing work to continue under extreme heat without putting workers at risk. Glass installation robots lifting a powerful new center in the east. The city can spread growth more evenly, reduce congestion in complexes, hotels, and public spaces are already planned for housing and industry. The station and transfer to a high-speed train without stepping outdoors. A blessing in summer heat that regularly tops 40 degrees. Globally, there's nothing quite like it in terms of floor area. Grand Central and urban life in one structure. Its position in China's rail network makes it even more significant. Chongqing East sits at the crossroads of some of China's most important high-speed rail corridors. It's the central hub for the new Chongqing-Xiamen, connecting inland provinces to
See, here we go with the provinces.
With Chongqing as a high-speed hub, goods and people can move quickly to ports, manufacturing centers, and other economic hubs. It also supports China's.
See how this railing system go from Africa? See how it's going to Europe, Central Asia. They got the Middle East. They got the railing system going here, and they finna come all the way around through Africa and go around here. And when they get all the other railing systems, they're going to route everything around to come right back through China. You see that, KB?
Yeah, I see it. But I still think that those countries don't have the money to sustain, even with that railing system. I think it's a twofold issue. We have a problem that China solved by making everything in China, but China has an economic issue. They got so many people, and if the tariffs that we placed on them, it closed down factories, banks. Like it affected them just as much as it affected us.
There's one thing about them that's different from us. They don't have a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
They under the rule of a dictator. He'll starve them all out if he had to. Whenever you say if you come outside, we shoot you. You got to stay inside, and they will shoot you, and ain't nothing you can do about it.
So that means China's going to lose half of their population with this railroad. If I can get to Central Asia and the Middle East, I'm going to move to one of those countries. I'm going to move to Africa. I'm going to move to Europe. Why would I stay in China if you're going to do me like that?
Oh, yeah. And this is why certain countries saying they want to stop this railing from coming in there because they's like, well, you could bring troops here. And you put troops in here, you're going to wipe everybody out.
Right.
Like you might try to take over the town. So the other governments are trying to get involved. They want to try to stop China and slow them down from this railing system because they saying, but no, you're thinking of North Korea, not China. They want to go back to China. That's where all their money is. They get to make all the money and get $3 an hour. But yeah, they want to get on a train and run away from China. Shoot, they can. China they ain't locked down like North Korea. Now, North Korea, that's different. You saw
I would want to go to Europe if I was Chinese or Africa. They'd probably be treated better because we don't do other ethnic groups crazy in Africa and other places.
Yeah, there's ton of Chinese people in Africa. Tons. Like thousands.
I bet. If you telling me you're going to shoot me for going outside, I'd rather stay anywhere other than around your crazy ass. But this is going to be interesting.
The pandemic, that's how they beat COVID. They was like, look, y'all stay in the building. Nobody come out past this time. If you do, you get shot.
Damn. Well, this is going to be interesting with you and American Man on the panel. What's up, American Man? You there?
Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning,
up,
Cino. Good morning, KB.
Hey,
when was the last time someone was kidnapped and sent to a federal prison?
In 1996 or 95, my brother got kidnapped and sent to a federal prison for 13 motherfucking years. So yeah, I knew that.
Okay, so now we're using the term kidnap loosely.
I mean, if they can do it, American Man, I want to say that my brother was kidnapped. Shit, they ain't catch no drugs on him.
Listen, I get it, right? I say that to say the reason why they're using the term kidnap is to always make you think Trump is doing something illegal. If you ever notice, everything Trump does, it's illegal. If he buys toilet paper, they will say he stole it to make you think he's doing something illegal. So no, the man wasn't kidnapped, right? If he was kidnapped, he wouldn't be in a federal prison under the ground. He'd be under the ground in somebody's backyard. That's number one. Number two is, even if he had a pound a week trafficking through China, through Venezuela, through Mexico into the United States, you're still trafficking drugs. And so it might be a minute amount, right? It might not be as huge as all the other countries, but if you're doing it, you're doing it. And if we could get you on it, we'll get you on it. Right? I mean, they got killers that they get on having an ounce of cocaine. Right? That's not the real problem. The real problem is you're a killer, but we got you with an ounce of cocaine. So we're gonna get you anyway. Right? So you know, we like, of course it's about oil. Also, though, Maduro wasn't friendly to the United States. You cannot be this close to the United States and not be friendly to them. It just cannot be allowed. You cannot have alliances with Russia and China this close. That's the very reason Putin invaded Ukraine. You ain't gonna be buddying up with America this close to my border. We're not going for that.
Well, Ukraine, before Ukraine was Ukraine, it was all the Soviet Union before they all split.
I understand
and
all of that, but
their own sovereigns. The reason that they want Ukraine, they want certain areas in Ukraine. They want the in Ukraine, the wheat grows in the soil. They're able to grow food. Like the crop is immaculate over there. So Russia
I
feels
understand.
like that should be ours. So they want to take that back. The water, everything in Ukraine is much better than what they have over there. So they were like, why are we paying them? Let's take it. You know, so that's what this whole war is about.
Listen, I understand it's always about resources, right? But let's not pretend that there's not geopolitical stuff between superpowers, right? Ukraine started babbling on about NATO and Russia wasn't having it. I don't know why it's hard for us to just be honest about that, right? Just like we need to be honest with Venezuela that this guy was hostile to America, getting in bed with countries that are hostile to America, too close to America. They're not going to have it. You think if Claudia Sheinbaum signs a deal with Russia, we will not level Mexico tomorrow? Of course we will. You will not be here so close to us. That's what this is. Again, of course it's about the oil. It always is. Trump is just the one to say it. Everybody else lie to you and tell you it's about bringing freedom for women in Iraq. But it's about oil.
Yep.
Trump just tell you straight up. Trump just tell you straight up, hey man, look, it's about the oil. All that other shit, y'all, I'm not doing it. But
well,
I understand Americans like to be lied to.
Well, here's the thing: he had no choice. Rubio opened his mouth up and talked too much. Trump had to grab him and pull him back. Rubio got real stupid.
But it's not that he didn't. I mean, I don't believe that, because remember during Trump's first presidency, when he just said out loud he was selling the weapons to those countries? We've been doing that. But again, we just kept saying we're doing it for the freedom of the people. My democracy we're spreading to everyone. Trump's just telling you the truth. And we're just not used to it. Right? But like the idea that Trump did something illegal and this guy was kidnapped and in a federal jail in New York City, come on, I think we can all recognize this is kind of absurd.
Well, I think it's absurd that they went and pulled this military action and didn't go through Congress when you dropped the bomb. I'm like, you dropped the bomb in Venezuela and didn't go through Congress. Now that's going to ring the alarm in every other country. Didn't you see what the other world leaders are saying?
Do you know why the other world leaders are talking like that, to be brutally honest with you? Because we have American leaders. Did you see before Ukraine, what's the clown that's running Ukraine? Starts with a Z. Zelensky. Did you see before he came to the White House, he was at a dinner with a whole bunch of Democrat politicians? The day Trump kicked him out when he was acting like he had leverage. We have a lot of that going on, right? And I don't know why we don't want to accept that, right? We have a lot of things going on where all these countries are watching a large, half of our country be openly anti-Trump no matter what he does. Of course, that's going to embolden these countries to act like they're tough because they know that there's going to be Democrat senators and politicians that's going to stand up and do the same, which I think is criminal. And they
I
should.
never think Zelensky was grandstanding. I think they did that whole little Oval Office stunt that ended up being on SNL. That was ridiculous. That was just a staged attempt, so they didn't have to pay him the money. They didn't want to pay him the money. So I said, okay, I see what this is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that, but you know, I understand your take on it, but that's not what it was. Here this man come begging for my money. You better show some goddamn respect. I might even tell your wife to come give me a BJ. You're begging me for money.
He did show respect. He did not show any disrespect whatsoever. That's why he was confused. Like what are you talking about? That's why it was a show for all the American people who didn't see it. That stuff don't even get done on television like that.
Well, I agree with that.
That whole Oval Office stuff, that negotiation went. So when you see that happen like that with, oh, wait a minute, you didn't even congratulate the president. They're not going to do that in front of the media.
Well, I agree with that. I do agree with that. That's the reason why the cameras was in there, because most time the cameras ain't in on any of that. So I 100% understand that reality. But yeah, we have to stop acting like Trump did something illegal. He did what was supposed to be done and what was asked to be done under his first term, under Biden, and now the deed is done under his second term. Let's just be honest. Listen, we don't have to like Trump to be honest about the realities of how our government works.
You think he's doing a good job?
It's not about liking Trump. That's the thing, right? It's not about liking Trump.
Yeah, I'm not saying about like. I'm saying, do you think he's doing a good job?
Yes, he's doing everything I voted for. Absolutely. Right? I voted for this. I voted for the oil. Yes, so I voted for it.
You voted for high food costs? You voted for...
Guess what? That was happening under...
highest medical ever?
Man, listen, I believe you believe what you read. But the reality of it is that everyone noticed eggs going up, but nobody said anything until Biden was out of office. Then all of a sudden, everybody noticed eggs was $5 a carton. But that was going on since Biden took office. Right?
Trump said the first thing he was going to do was reduce the prices of food, right?
Listen, right? Trump says a lot of things, and so does every president. Here's the thing, though. The first thing you have to do is slow down inflation. Food's never going back down. Clothes are never going back down. All this stuff is going to stay where it is. The only thing they can realistically bring down is oil, which eggs kind of did go back down. But like once this stuff goes up, those private entities do not bring the prices back down. They know the people are going to pay them regardless. Right? So I knew he wasn't going to be able to bring the prices down. But what I do know is that, hey, you have to stop the inflation. Don't let them go up any further. But we have these high prices because of choices that Biden Harris made. We do this thing, and this is something I notice all the time. There's this thing we do where
Republicans got the Congress and the House and the presidency. So Biden and Harris, they don't even matter no more.
Can I ask you? Okay, so Carcino, I bought a Mustang, right? And I never took care of it, right? Mm-hmm. And I sold you the Mustang, and the engine seizes up a week later. Mm-hmm. Is that your fault or is that my fault?
That's my fault because once I bought it, it became my responsibility. Once you pay for something, it is now your responsibility, not the person who sold it to you. It's yours now.
Right. I agree with you, but I think realistically, you're gonna look at me and say, "My man, you sold me a lemon. You sold me a lemon, and like I only had the car a week."
George
So
Bush
I get
sold Obama a lemon when the country was in a government shutdown position. The gas was at the highest it's ever been. Housing market collapse, and then you dumped all that into Obama's lap. Nobody said anything about Obama. Like, man, Obama, you pulled us up out of that. Nobody gave him no credit for that. They didn't look at Bush and say, "Hey, Bush, look, you dumped all this on our lap."
Yeah, yes, they did. They virtually do that every presidency. If we're going to be fair, right? If we're going to be completely fair, they do that every presidency.
Obama took over this country when the country was at its worst it's ever been in its nation's history.
And guess what? When during the Biden administration, when everything went bad, guess who they blamed? No matter what it was. If the White House ran out of toilet paper, it was because Donald Trump stole it and ran out the back door. We all heard it go on over and over.
And you know what they said? They said, "Hey, Biden's in office now, not Trump. Don't call Trump name." I said,
No,
okay.
no, they didn't. No, they didn't. You and I both know it never happened like that. They continued to yell Trump over and over.
Yep.
Kareem Jean-Pierre, every time she sat at that podium, we inherited. Never what we did.
And
every time she sat at that podium.
It's you the president now. You got elected. Now what you gonna do, Biden?
Nobody said
everybody
that.
Put him under the nope, they put him in the grease. They said, "Hey, you got it, it's on you now. You can't use Trump as a shield. Trump's not in there anymore." And then they say that on Fox. Then Will Kane say that. Then everybody say it was on.
Yeah, they said it on Fox. Here's the thing: they said it on Fox, but the American people weren't saying it, and no one on the left or those that claim they're not on the left, they weren't saying it. Right.
Well, the right damn show was saying it. Hey,
right.
Look, it's up to you, Biden. You're the president. I said he's right. He's the president. It's up to him. I want to hear what you're gonna do to fix it.
I listened to you earlier.
I care about health care. I care the property taxes keep going up every year.
You should. I care too. So I get it.
These are the things, the food costs, education. These are the things I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned with Venezuela.
And I understand that, right?
Not going to get me my property taxes down.
100%, and I'm with you, right? I stand with you on that. But there's always geopolitical things, right? Because when they were getting Gaddafi, I didn't hear nobody saying, "I care about my property taxes. I care about this." They were all saying how great Obama was for doing the right thing. We gotta stop it. We listen. If we're gonna be honest, let's just be honest, right? Let's not be partisan. You sat up here and told KB every invasion was under a Republican president.
Yep.
Come on, bro. You know that's cap. You know that's cap.
Every time they went and captured a foreign leader, it has been under a Republican.
Which
they
Republican?
Went and got Saddam Hussein. They went and got Saddam Hussein.
Which Republican took Gaddafi? Name them.
We didn't take him out. They keep saying that we sent an airstrike.
Oh man!
But we did not take over. We did not take over Libya.
And we didn't take over Venezuela.
No, not yet.
Okay, so Trump did exactly what Obama did, and none of them took over the country.
Yet.
Oh, okay, but here's the thing: you could say yet. Are we there now?
No, are we? Well, we have U.S. occupancy right now. We have U.S. presence. We have their president in control right now. The vice president just got sworn in. Yesterday? So yesterday or the day before, she got sworn in to be the president before
And
she
she
went to
has
Russia.
and she has the opportunity to do the right thing, right? Her going to
Well,
Russia, exactly what I said, right? Her going to Russia and being friendlies with Russia and gonna offer Russia things that close to America, she will be snatched up next. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend.
they
I
gonna need her
understand
to
how it
do.
works.
Well, if she don't go with the program and they want to go take over the country fully and think they're gonna run it, and then run over to Cuba and take over Cuba, there's gonna be a lot of other countries saying, "Hey, United States is doing a lot of illegal seizures here.
You keep talking about
we had a UN."
the thing is, you keep telling me what you think is going to happen. We have to deal with what's in front of us, right?
Yep.
I think my work van's gonna blow up, but it's still driving after 200,000 miles. So I have to deal with what's in front of me, not what I think. Right? So let's see how it play out, but let's stop pretending like Trump did something illegal. That's all I'm asking for. Let's stop pretending like he's the only president to ever not go to Congress. Let's stop pretending. The glorified Obama did all the same things.
No,
we
he
just
didn't.
turned a blind eye because we was black out here. And the Democrats didn't tell us who to hate. They didn't tell us to hate Obama. They told us to hate whoever was running against them.
When they went and got Saddam Hussein, Bin Laden, did they go through Congress?
Did they?
Yes.
Man, y'all icing my boy Biz out, man. Why y'all icing Biz out? What's up, Biz?
They didn't go.
My bad. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
They didn't go to Congress. They went to Iran, but they said Osama was in Afghanistan, so Bush did the same thing. But Sino, when I watch the Olympics, I don't give a damn who America is going up against. I'm rocking with America. I don't care about no China. I don't care about no Brazil. I live in America. America first. Donald Trump is doing his job. Now, let me tell you what's going on here, Sino. This ain't about no drugs and none of that. It's about the dollar, the United States dollar. You know why the dollar is so powerful? It's because it's like, you ever heard of the petrodollar? That's like how we do trade and all that. Everybody has to trade in dollars, which makes it valuable. So that means all the other countries have to hold dollars in the reserve. What happens if all those countries ditch the dollar and start selling their dollars for gold? That makes your dollar worthless. You see Venezuela economy, you know that it takes 1,000 Venezuela dollars to equal $3.30 American dollars. How is that when they got the biggest the oil reserves in the whole world? It ain't no if. They got the biggest oil reserves in the whole world. And that is in South America, isn't it? So that's kind of on our land a little bit, something slight. You know, it's on our side of the coast. So what's been happening here is the dollar is on the verge of collapse, right? Okay. United States been sanctioning Venezuela since 2005. This ain't nothing you just woke up and saw happen. This is a strategy. They playing chess out here, right? So they've been sanctioning the hell out of them. Their economy is dropping. So yes, all the people over there mad because they ain't got no money, right? They ain't got no money, so they mad at the government and all that. The country is poor. It's like one of the poorest places in the world. Don't make no sense. Do it. But America been sanctioning them since like 2005. You could go look this stuff up. Well,
gentlemen,
the United States dollar is on the verge of collapse. It's on the verge of collapse. If all these other countries get rid of the dollars, if you notice, they've been teaming up. They started this BRICS stuff, and they've been talking about getting off the dollar and going to this. And China, Venezuela been doing backdoor deals with China and stuff like that. America first. So Trump used the excuse that this guy is a drug lord. He's been a drug lord. The drugs been coming from Venezuela. But we got you. We need that. Because guess what happened? Biden, when Ukraine situation happened, Biden start unloading America's supply of oil, right? So we coming to the end of that road. Bruh, they about to make a deal with Venezuela So we could keep that oil over here. If you notice during that strike you're talking about, when they bombed the place, guess what they didn't bomb or didn't touch? Them oil facilities. Because Venezuela got that crude oil. America our resource in our ground is not as crude as them, and our refineries over here is made specifically for that type of oil that Venezuela got, because we do a lot of importing oil from other countries. The oil that's made here is like, just think about like champagne and cognac. Right? So Venezuela got cognac, we got champagne, and our refineries are designed to make that cognac turn to gas, right? Not make the champagne turn to gas, right? We want to get a deal with them so we can get oil. You know why? Saudi Arabia is starting to cut us off. They want to be more friendly with China. Everybody this is about dominance, man. This is America ain't about to play. We powerful because of the dollar. You talking about property tax. Would you want to see your country, that dollar collapse, and then now you think you paying high property tax? You're gonna be paying what happened with gas $8 a gallon, $9 a gallon, because nobody want to do business with us. Right? Everybody see America's in debt, man. 38 trillion last time I checked. They in debt. The dollar's on the verge of collapse. Trump got to make a business move. Let the businessman run the country. He's a businessman. He know what he's doing, and I trust him. And I'm here for it. Like I said, America first, and no other country first. I'm in America. I rock America flag, and I don't care about no other country. I don't care about no trains they got over there. None of that. Because as long as that dollar remains powerful, they gotta do business with us, and they can't cut us off if we got a deal going with the biggest provider of oil. Now, guess what, Saudi Arabia? We don't need you. We don't need you, China. We don't need nothing. We got the baddest people over here. Come on here, Venezuela. Let me holler at you. Oh, yeah, let me get this guy out of here that y'all don't like, that we got an excuse to go get him. Now we're going to put some of our people in place so we can make this deal. Venezuela probably going to be a great country now doing business with us, and they're going to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? You don't think so?
Nope.
I think so.
We did the same thing in Iraq. We did the same thing in Iraq. We did the same thing in Nigeria. We took Noriega out of power. The country still poor infrastructure because we didn't give a damn. We went over Iraq. We killed Saddam Hussein over a lie just because we want the oil, and we didn't give a damn.
What happened if the dollar collapsed? What happened if the dollar collapsed? What happens if China and all them start getting rid of their dollars for gold? And the dollar collapse.
They value it, but they have no reason to do that. You see,
they doing it, bro. They got this thing called BRICS. You been looking into that stuff? Saudi Arabia. Why you think Trump keep arguing about China? That's the big. But we don't want to keep bigging up China. We run stuff. All great empires eventually fall, but China is our biggest competitor. Why are we gonna make it? Why are we gonna try to make it easy on them?
China owns like about a couple of billion of our debt. We owe China.
Right. Now imagine what happened if they unload that.
Yes.
We're done. So let me go get that, Venezuela. Let me get that up off you. Stop playing. Get down and lay down. What's our biggest resource over here in America? The United States military. So we use our resource to go get that. Let me get that. Let's make a deal. Oh, you don't want to make a deal? Well, we're going to arrest you.
We think we got the best military.
Who better than us out here right now? There's nobody want no smoke with America. Nobody want no smoke with America, bro. Nobody want no smoke with them. Do you not see how we just invaded them and not even a helicopter got destroyed? Nothing.
You ain't gonna go in North Korea. I bet you that.
Yeah, because they crazy over there. They'll set a nuke off. But if they make us mad, we all gonna be setting nukes off.
They got 1 million in North Korea. They got 1 million at the gate.
Bro, this all about money and positioning. It's a chess move. And like I said, Donald Trump, a businessman, he know what he's doing. Let him run this business called America. And let's make America great again. Let's not worry about making China great again.
He bankrupt his businesses.
He only bankrupt a few of them. It's trial and error. You're gonna make a mistake. Yeah. So you could point out that he bankrupt business, but I could also point out that he worth $13 billion with bankrupt businesses. So he knows something. I trust him, and I want him to rock. I love America, man. I mean, shoot, Why would I want my dollar collapse? I don't want my dollar to collapse. If these countries don't want to do business with us, they keep taxing us on oil and stuff. We got to get it how we fit it. So, okay, this guy over here doing this. Okay, we got an excuse. Let's go get him. Let's go get him. Watch what come behind this. Watch. You ain't gonna see it today or tomorrow, but 5 years from now, 6, 7 years from now, when America thriving and pumping and we winning because we getting cheap oil. What happened when we get cheap oil, Sino? Gas prices go down. Guess what happened when gas prices go down? Everything go down. Because everything coming here on the truck.
You believe that?
Everything coming here on the truck. What happens if we had to pay $8 a gallon for diesel that the trucks run on? Because don't nobody want to give us no oil or no resources. It's not even just about the oil. You know, they got other resources over there too.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So imagine what happened if we got $8 a gallon because Saudi Arabia don't want to do business no more. And China say, you know what? We don't need these dollars no more because the heck with America dollar. And they start ditching all our money. And now our economy crash. And you worried about somebody doing something illegal?
So the Federal Reserve
USA
due to the tariffs. You know that, right?
Huh?
The US dollar you're talking about, the Treasury Reserve people were starting to sell their treasury bonds. That's where that US dollar value is. People
that was happening before the tariffs. That's why Donald Trump put the tariffs. Because they playing games with us. These countries is playing games with us. They forming coalitions and stuff, bro. They got this thing called BRICS. And these people linking up and they playing games. And this is America. Who you playing
why
with?
They're playing games because you're forcing them to. You're going to force people to ally with each other. That's what this is about. If I'm seeing people strategizing and they're trying to take over countries and illegally season oil, then we're like, oh, wait a minute. We got to
I don't think they illegally did it though. You think he did it illegally? That's what people think. I didn't see no troops on the ground. I saw helicopters flying through, dropping bombs. I didn't see no invasion like people talking about. Like I said, they didn't touch at all, not one. You know, the oil over there was up and running the next day, right? Think about that.
Of course, it's a strategic military strike. They're not going to hit what they finna try to take over.
Exactly. And why you think they doing that? Why you think they doing that though?
What you mean?
Because America first. All right, don't invade them. Don't take the oil and watch your gas prices go up. Then you really be mad. Then your dollar collapse. Then you ain't got no money in your pocket. Yet you be looking like Venezuela. I just told you it take 1,000 Venezuela dollars to equal $3.30 of American money.
So you saying America didn't have any oil no more? What happened to the
I'm
oil?
saying they're running out of their reserves. Yes. And nobody want to do no business. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
So we got to go steal it from someplace else.
Nah, you get down and lay down. You get down and lay down. Bro, we already
Venezuela what you supposed to pay them.
But we already in $38 trillion worth of debt, Sino.
Because of this business, man?
If you think Donald Trump is the reason why America is 38 trillion in debt, that's a bad thought. The country been in debt. Donald Trump trying to get us out of the debt. That's why he institutioned these tariffs. That's why he put these tariffs in place. He's trying to dig us out this hole.
The tariffs is what's put us back in the hole. You realize that, right? The dollar you talking about?
I think Donald Trump said he about to get everybody $2,000 from these tariffs. So when you get that $2,000, Sino, I need that donation up off you.
So he gonna give everybody $2,000.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He ain't did it yet, but that's what he said.
Let's do the math. Now, they say how much they got in tariffs. They got billions in tariffs, right? They say they got billions of dollars in tariffs. How many billions is it in America? How many people in America right now? It's about 2 billion. Well, that's probably the world. But
see what somebody said. They said Trump is the reason America debt so high. Are you sure about that?
I agree.
That's not in nowhere near. You think Trump ran up $38 trillion worth of debt in 1 year?
President for 4 years before, right?
And that's where you think the debt come from? Nah, bro. America been in debt. The whole monetary system.
He didn't do a damn thing when he was in there. The
the whole monetary system is based off debt. That's why debt is money. That's why I keep telling people, you know, the whole monetary system you in right now is based off of debt. That's how come America keep winning, and they gotta print as much money as you can, free card, because we got the world's reserve currency, so they can keep printing it unlimited. And now these countries is catching on. They like, yo, we don't want America doing that. So okay, you don't want to play, then we gonna play hardball then. And I mean, shoot, I live in America. I don't live in China.
Okay.
I put America first. If Trump think what he doing is right, he the president of the United States, I'm rocking with him. Just like we rock with George Bush when he went over there talking about weapons of mass destruction. You know, they used 9/11 for that, bro.
Yeah, and I didn't.
Right. So we gonna use this dude as a drug lord, and let's get that oil up off you. We ain't gonna just take it from you. We gonna make a deal first. You wanna make a deal? Trump a businessman now. You wanna make a deal or no? You don't wanna make a deal, it's gonna get ugly. That's how I'm looking at it. So, I mean, I appreciate your opinion and stuff, and I appreciate mine, and it's a good dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Not that you all the way wrong, but some of the points you making I don't agree with. Some of the points I make you probably don't agree with. So, you know, I appreciate the conversation, but at the end of the day, bro, this is about the mighty petrodollar. The dollar is in danger of collapsing, sir, and that's what we on.
Yeah, it's in the danger of collapse when you do tariffs. So people start selling.
Bro, how long Donald Trump been doing tariffs? Everybody just pointing the finger at Trump. Why none of these other? How long Donald Trump been doing tariffs, man? Like a year? So we in debt. We in 38 trillion in 1 year. No, sir.
This is when people start selling their gold bonds because they saw the market start to go to plummet with the tariffs. So he had to take some of the brakes off of the tariffs. So he was like, okay.
That was a business move. You know what he did? He played the game, and Donald Trump a genius, man. He told him, I'm gonna put all these tariffs on you, and then when he backtracked, everybody was happy. But he still got tariffs. He put a high ass tariff, everybody was scared. The market started crashing, then he backtracked a little bit and said, you know what? We gonna, instead of whatever percent, we gonna do this percent, and everybody got happy.
But do you realize he didn't put tariffs on what bring the money in, on those microchips and computers and cell phones?
Oh, that's another thing Venezuela got. Those whatever that metal is that they put in the microchips and stuff like that. That's Venezuela got that.
Mostly, that's Afghanistan. They the leaders in lithium.
It's something begin with a T. One of them metals begin with a T.
Titanium.
It's something like that. I don't want to say the wrong thing, but I know this ain't about no president being no drug lord.
Oh yeah, we all know that's.
All right, and it's only one reason why we doing that, and we ain't did it before now, is because the dollar is in danger of collapsing for real. Just look around the world and how they acting, and Donald Trump can see that, man. He a businessman. So if we make a deal with Venezuela, do we need Saudi Arabia oil anymore? No. Do we need China anymore? No. Guess who need who? They need us all over again. If we actually make a deal with Venezuela and get them to, because you know we got a big oil refinery in Texas. Venezuela not too far from Texas. If we make a deal with them, we don't need nobody. We got it all right here on the west, between America and South America. We don't need to go over there.
Well, see, I come from the oil business, and we used to actually broker deals with other countries who couldn't be seen brokering deals with other countries for oil. So I'm going to actually show you some of the deals.
So if we broker in deals, right, that's what we probably about to try to do with Venezuela.
We've done Venezuela before with deals, but they had every.
So you heard Trump said. They said, "What you gonna do?" They said, "They said, yo, Trump is a G. Yo, he is straight up gangster." They said, "What you gonna do with the oil?" He said, "Oh, we keeping it."
Yeah, he's gonna keep that because that's what they were gonna do.
He said, "And we gonna keep the boats." Yeah, get down and lay down. I love it, man. I mean, it might be wrong in some people's eyes, but hey, if he got to get that guy out of there that don't want to make a deal to put somebody in there that do want to make a deal, and he got an excuse for it because the guy want to be a drug lord, whose fault is that?
So this is the oil that we were selling from our company. This is me. That's my email. That's everything. This is what we sold in oil. JP54, Mazout, D2 and D6. This is mostly fuel. They need this for jet fuel. So when you start trying to get all this oil in the barrels shipped around, this is why they wanted 1 million barrels of jet fuel, which is the JP54. That's like regular gas. So they wanted the Russian in there. So this is where this is the procedure that they use in the tankers. It's called Novo water plats. They use that for structure of depth, you know, everything that you want to do. So this is how we had to tell them it has to go, because every country is different. So this is how the money had to go. It has to go to the seller, the buyer, exchange vocal communications. Then the seller has to issue a commercial invoice. Both sign and seal CI and lodge their CIs to their respective banks. The buyer bank and the seller bank has to exchange communications for confirmation for the goods of the transaction. After that, you go to step 5. The seller's bank has to issue to the buyer's bank with a letter of commitment from Rosneft. That's the company that does the transaction. So you have to go through them, and it has to have the seller's name on there. Then the buyer bank has to issue the bank a guarantee to the seller's bank. Then you got to go to step 7. The seller's bank has to issue a POP, or ATB, and a DTA to the buyer's bank, which means those are the tests that they're going to do to test the oil to make sure that everything it's got to pass those tests, so it has to have those reports. So the buyer orders the dip test, that's the other one, the dip test, to the inspections company, the SGS, Intertech, and Sabo. And then after that successful dip test analysis, the buyer banks will issue you the MT103 TT that you need. Now, for Mazout, this is the other oil. It's all of us there, 50,000 barrels on the contract. We got paid $4, our company, for doing the brokerage of a deal, $4 per barrel. My cut, just me personally, is 25 cents out of that $4. So I got 25 cents per barrel. Each dry run, or with the spot run, which is like we'll do it without a contract. We just do one to see if it works. They got to pay you anyway. But you could do a contract, and they'll see how the first one goes. Then you can sign them to a contract. That's 1 million barrels. I get 25 cents. That's 250,000 for one run. So all of this money is that everybody was talking about, it's actually taking place right here from China and the Rotterdam, everything. We were the ones who was doing this. So there's different procedures to set it up. That's how I know where the money is. See, that's me. I was like, I have my contacts for the D2 and the D6 who have the other oil that you need. And that's me. So this is my business partner. And we had to talk to Mr. Shelton about getting the oil because that's what they wanted. So she got involved. And everybody came to get involved in it. And they brought in the procedures, everything for the dip pay, the SEO work. And everybody started jumping in to get money out of the deal. They wanted to get some more oil. So we got a lot of these different companies that wanted to order from us and have us broker the deal. So Sheldon Investments was the name of the company. This guy, Mr. Shelton, he was the one that was brokering for the other buyers on the other side. So he went through us because it's less costly. And plus, some of these people are on the blacklist. The USA got a blacklist. And when you have a blacklist, they can't do business with the United States. So they need a broker. They need somebody to go in between because they can't be seen, or they're on a block list, or what they call the blacklist of the United States. So you have to go through a vetting process to make sure that they're clear so you could do business with them, or your money's going to be stuck in escrow. I have over about 500,000 in escrow sitting up.
So what happened if that dollar collapsed? And then how much that 500,000 gonna be worth? If
It's
that
not
dollar
right
just
now. It's
collapsed,
worth nothing. I can't never get that. This Ukraine-Russian war happened. All of this is over.
right? When that Ukraine-Russian war happened, that's when America started unloading its stockpile of oil to keep the gas prices artificially down. Because people say, "Oh, we got good gas." Nah, we was using our own oil. Remember?
Well, yeah, we was using most of
Right,
it.
and that that oil reserve ain't for that. You know that, right? That oil reserve is for wartime. That ain't for us to just use when we feel like it. That's for war. But they start using it to keep the prices down so they can keep the president's approval rate up.
Yep.
Right. So once they do that, now we got to replenish. Bro, we got to replenish. All right, let's go, Venezuela. You want to play? Keep playing. I bet you they do a deal. You want to make a deal? I bet you they make a deal. Or we just going to take it.
We gonna see. So here's he said, I bet you they make a deal. Here's the other company right here, International Trans Oil. They came and reached out to me. They said, will you please send us a SCO, which is a soft corporate offer for petroleum products you currently have to offer. They need the contract, they need the amounts, and this is what they need. It's like buyers can show tanks in Rotterdam. That's why I told you, Russia, Venezuela, all of these people have to meet at Rotterdam. It's a little island, a tank island where everybody go get their barrels of oil because Russia can't come here with no ships. The United States can't go to Russia with no ships. That's not going to happen. So they got to meet somewhere. So they meet in Rotterdam, and then everybody start bringing, they get all the pipelines, and if everything flow the way it's supposed to, everybody gets paid. But now everybody's money is messed up. So I used to negotiate all these deals and know what each group was supposed to get. That's how I know where Venezuela's oil was going. That's how I know who's funding them. Iran is funding Venezuela more than anybody. But Russia gets their oil there, and China are two of the main suppliers that get their oil from Venezuela. So that's why
Hey, that China guy, I think that China guy is a dictator too, ain't he?
Pretty much.
So it's okay what he do to get his bread, but it's not okay what we do to get our bread. See how that work?
Yep. So
yeah, it ain't working. Get down and lay down. If you want to play, you gonna have to, bro. Our biggest resource is the military.
Yeah, KB, they thought I was capping.
You saw it in full effect.
I said I was in here brokering oil deals. They was, man, you ain't doing no damn oil deal. I was like, dude, this is what I was doing. So I was like, I'm showing them. I was like, all of this is going on. This International Trans Oil Management. Yes, the guy on the couch was doing all of this. And this is what I did. I told him, I said, please ask any questions if you need it. This is what everything you asked for is right here. So they wanted a spot to 2 million barrels. Now remember, I get 25 cents out of all the deals that's going on. My contract is 25 cents. Now that's Rotterdam. They want to use Platts. That's the code. That's the price. The contract price for the Platts is $10 to $9 a barrel. Our price is $5 to $4 per barrel for the spot run. That's like the test. They do one spot run, and if it go well, then you can do a contract. But if they want to do a contract right off the bat, 10 to 9 per barrel. So I was getting 25 cents to some major contract. So the dip and pay would initiate all of this. This is all the contract. Everything they need from the bank to get everything and the procedures going. It's Kevin Davis.
Man, I'm ready to go in business with you, Sino. Shoot.
Smith & Brown, LLC. Yeah, but see, all of this got messed up because of the war. So now because of the war with Iran and Russia, Ukraine and Russia, They basically cut everything from doing business the way it used to go. So that's why I'm telling you, this oil push is this is only the beginning of it. They cut out all the brokerage. They got everybody out of position. So Venezuela now, who had their refineries, everybody was moving different because of the war. The procedures and how they were doing it, a lot of red tape, a lot of people were being approved, a lot of people were put on blacklists, people weren't getting their money. So it was affecting every other country. This guy in the chat said, man, I didn't know anything about all this. Yeah, that's real, man. It's plenty, dude. There's trillions of dollars being made on the internet every day. Believe me, I was going to find a way to get in there just to see how I could get in there and brokerage a deal. I was like, fuel deals was my niche. I was like, I could get
You gotta go to school to do that.
You really don't, but it helps. But here's the thing: to be a broker for fuel and to get in that position to do that, you need to just know the business. You have to learn the business. So if you went to a class that taught you like what all of the abbreviations meant and what all of and it don't really take that much to learn. It's like learning anything on the job. Like if you're at a warehouse, they say push the green button. You know what they gonna ask for. And you know what you need to do to give it to them. And basically all of it is just really printing out a sheet of the information of what the seller and the buyer wants. Whoever is loaning them the money that they want to do, or they finna pay the money, or whoever's going to do it, they're going to tell you the procedure and how it's done. The problem is they want it done one way and they want to argue with the other people on how they do it. It's like, look, we do it this way and there is no wiggle room. But can you do it on this platform? I need it done because see, everybody's trying to maneuver different because they know they're trying to be slick. Nigerians come in here, they do the same thing, and 90% of them are liars, probably 95. They all lying, and they all think Americans are stupid, and they think they can maneuver and get over on Americans. So they always come up with these, no. I'm like, no, we have to go through the Ministry of Defense. What are you talking about? Everything's got to go through there. So I'm like, you think I'm dumb? Or you think I'm just going to go ahead and push the button because you're nice? No, it's got to go through the Ministry of Defense. Who controls and holds the money?
Hey, isn't that what Jones do? You know,
account. The money is in escrow. So all the money has to get cleared through the banks first. I remember I just showed you the list on how it goes, the procedure, the buyers and the sellers and what going. You see how it was like 8 different steps that they got to follow? Once they have that list, it has to go in that order. You don't break that order. If those approvals don't come, they got to test. You got to have a dip test for the oil to say, we got the oil, boom. They did the test. Here's the results of those tests. I done seen people in Nigeria lie and fake the damn test. We done had all kind of crazy stuff happen in this business. It's just like, it's basically like if you were doing a drug deal, you could tell a shiesty dude from a mile away. It'd be like, oh, dude ain't on up and up because he BSing, man. He just talking and everything else. And see me, I'm the guy that cuts to the chase. Sandra would sit there and ask how your kids doing. See, and that's like we had a good cop, bad cop type of thing. You know, she's the one that's going, oh, how your kids? How that? I ain't got time for that. I'm the hammer. I come in with the deals. I'm like, look, I want to come in and say, 1, 2, 3, that's it. This is what it is. This is the procedures for the oil. This is how I ship it out. This is where it needs to go. Look at baller players. See, baller players, you're supposed to be absorbing game. You're supposed to be absorbing game. This should be intriguing you to say, man, is that kind of money out there? I'm like, yeah. If you getting paid 25 cents a barrel and they moving 2 million barrels a month, some even 5 million barrels a month, and you get paid a 25 cents off each barrel, and you ain't thinking about getting involved? Shoot, one of those deals will have you set for life. I was over here screaming because of this war. I'm like, oh my God. Please
Hey,
stop this
Sino.
war.
So, where does Jerry Jones fit at? Because ain't he an oil tycoon or something? Where does he fit at in this grand scheme of things? Like, if he the owner of the tycoon, he got somebody like that's brokering the deals for him. That's the type of.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what you
Joe.
trying to say?
No. He used to have his oil fields is dried up. He been got rid of them oil fields. His oil fields is gone. But that's how he got rich, because they struck oil back on those lands. But no, Jerry Jones oil fields is dried up.
Oh, okay. I thought he was still in that business. I ain't know.
Nah, he's not an oil tycoon
I know they
anymore.
keep every time they talk about him, they be saying that he an oil man, come from the oil industry.
Yeah, he came from there. Him and his dad. That's how they got their money. They were broke until that happened.
But yeah, Sino, man, America first, man. Whether we got Trump in there, if it was Kamala
Damn
doing
right,
it, right?
America first.
Yeah, if it was Kamala in there, I'd be riding with her too. whoever was in there, if they put America first, I'm riding with them, man. It's the Olympics out here.
I just don't like us being. I don't like to be the bad guys. I just like, look.
Yo, we been the bad guy. That's how we came into power. That's how come you got this free life you got, man. Because we been doing this. This ain't nothing new. That's how come you got freedom, quote unquote. This is the United States. It's a capitalist society.
Of it, I don't see it as being sustainable. I don't see this being sustainable. I see it being problematic in the end.
You say you see it as problematic, Sino?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the dangers of it gonna be?
The dangers of it is that we're gonna have other people link up. Like Venezuela's not just gonna sit there and be like, okay, we're gonna sit on our hands that the U.S. gonna run everything. No, because other people had interest in Venezuela. Like I was telling you, through that oil, Iran finances them. They finance Venezuela more than anybody. And Russia and China also, they buying that oil. They got barrels coming out of it. And that's when I was giving them the breakdown of all of these, outlets and things that was happening, that was going on with the moving the barrels from Rotterdam and all the oil that was being shipped. Those are the two main people ordering the oil through them. Through Venezuela, trying to find a wiggle room to get around. So they need a broker. They need somebody who could broker the deal and get over there and do things they can't. Because they can't be seen doing this type of stuff. They're like, I can't do it. I can't be talking over there. They won't talk to me. But I need that oil. And if y'all can get that oil over there.
Hey, but this the thing too, Sino. If the Venezuelan people okay with it, why has we got a problem with it? Oh, because Trump did it, right? Venezuelan people happy.
Venezuelans over there that don't like their government. It's people over here that don't like our government. We don't like
Right.
Trump.
So if they cool with it and they ain't complaining, why are we over here complaining? Just because Trump. That's it. That's it, man. It's just because it's Trump.
But they have people over here that's Venezuelans. They don't like it. But they showed them on the news. They showed people in other countries, all the presidents from Spain, Brazil, all these people, they like, this is just horrible. This is a legal occupation. So a lot of these things are happening around the country where they're outraged. So they see the bigger play. So they're like, oh, we see the bigger play. Now they're going to just start taking over resources, and they can just do that and try to make this little drug thing the reason. It's like, oh, so this is how we could do this now? Okay. So that's the way everybody's going to play. So people are going to start making deals.
I honestly don't think we're going to take it from them, though. I honestly don't think we're going to just strong arm them. I think we're going to make a deal with them. I think that we're going to end up putting people over there that we like and make a deal. That's what I think. I don't think they're just going to strong arm the whole country and take it and call it American turf. I don't think so.
No,
I think we're gonna do everything legal the way that's why he used this drug lord thing so he could get a way in. And then now he about to put somebody else in there. It's gonna take some time. He gonna make it look like he letting a lady or whoever get a chance to do what they do. And you're gonna see some people over there that's cool with Trump. You're going to see Trump shaking some hands, and you're going to see the economy get better over here in America. And that's all it's about. Just think, man, we run out of oil over here. What's going to happen? All these countries acting funny, don't want to give us the right price. They want to charge us too much. What's going to happen? You talking about property tax. How much you think gas going to be a gallon?
We took over the oil in Iraq. Remember, Operation Iraqi Freedom? That was the BS code we went by to go get the oil. And then we sat there and said, well, we're going to train their troops. So we stayed over there about 2-3 years training their troops. We supposed to be freeing these people, and they're going to have a whole new life. Iraq is still a mess. All they did was remove one face, and then here come a new face. Here come ISIS. So now we got so that's what happened.
Your style is still valuable.
And you had terrorist acts all through this country being portrayed by ISIS that came after that regime, right?
You know how they got in this country?
Here we are again with Venezuela.
You know how they got in this country, right? Because they let them in.
But here's the thing, it's always going to be an uprising, is what I'm trying to tell you. And people are going to start linking together, and it doesn't benefit that other country. Like Iraq didn't benefit from us being over there. They talking about we freed those people, and people cheered too. They was, yeah, all right, we finna be saved. Now they didn't want us there no more. They was, get out of our country. We don't want y'all here no more. So we left them the country, and then ISIS came and took it over. So they was right back in the same situation all over again. This is what I was saying. It does not improve anything. The USA is not showing, like, your past track records is not showing improvement. You went to Nigeria. You took Noriega out of power, right? Did Nigeria get better?
Would you rather
came in there?
Would you rather like move to one of them countries or something like that?
Why would I want to move there? I'm showing you that what they do doesn't work for the country. They have a history of it, so why would I believe that this is going to be different?
Okay, but you just said you don't want to move over there to try to help them out. Maybe you could make it different.
Why
You can go over
move there?
you could go over there and get Iran back moving and popping, you know?
Man,
maybe you could do that.
Hey, Ben is crazy as hell.
You know what I'm saying? President Sino in this thing.
What?
Yeah, President Sino. He about to go over there and fix it.
Shit, he better not go over there.
Man, listen, man, I'm rolling with America, man. If that's what Trump got to do, let them do what they do and see the results. You know, the man only been in there a year, and he's made major headlines within this year. So let's see what happens at the end of his 4 years. He only got 3 more years. If you don't like him, he only got 3 more years. You can vote for somebody else next election.
Like,
you know,
Pull Up Shorty said, we created the terrorist groups. Yep. That's just how you do it.
I don't think Trump is an idiot. I think Trump is pretty smart, and I think he know what he's doing. And it's not just him. He got advisors, as you know, like I always say, I think it's only one government, but they just be playing that game. But you know, that's what I really think. But it's just like he got people telling them, you know, what they think and what he think and all that. It ain't just Trump making every decision like that. He's a guy that signed off on it, but I'm sure the people told him, look, Trump, man, we running low, man. What we gonna do? Hey, you know that dude over there? We've been trying to get home for a long time. We could just go over there and snatch him up right quick. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh no, I didn't vote for Kamala. I voted for myself. I wrote they was like Trump or Kamala. I'm like, oh well, I'm gonna vote for me because I seem like I'm the best choice. So I was voted. I got to vote for president of the United States. So there was one vote in there for president of the United States, and that was for me. It was, who is this guy? Because you know you can add yourself to the ballot. You can vote for whoever you want here. In Illinois, we got that option. I don't know how it is in every state, but you could vote for yourself. You
voted for yourself in Illinois, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, I think it's everywhere. You
I ain't know you could do that.
Me either.
Yeah, you could do that. You can vote for yourself.
And you just threw yourself on the ticket and voted for yourself?
Yeah.
What's the process
It's
to do
even
that?
listed on there. Like you could either vote for or somebody else. You could just write your name in. So I wrote my name in and voted for me.
So if you wanted to get other people to vote for you and you wanted time to get people to back you, what's the process to get your name like officially on there?
Shoot, I don't even know how that process will work. But you could easily just tell people to vote you or write your name on there. They could just write your name on there and you'll be pretty much on the ballot. But if you had enough votes going in, they could probably add you to a ballot, but they could still just sign your name in. Everybody could pretty much vote for themselves. You said wasted a vote. No, that vote was right. I don't think it was wasted. That was the right choice. Kamala Harris or Trump? I'm like, oh yeah, it's got to be me. Because I can't vote for no woman who's lying about her damn heritage. I'm like, she coming through the door line. she black. Oh, I cook me some
Hey,
greens.
Sino, I think even if it was Kamala Harris in there, they'd probably be doing the same thing. They'd probably be over there right now doing the same thing.
I doubt it. They ain't gonna do that. That ain't a
I
Democrat.
mean, you know what happens like if somebody in the streets and they starving and they homeless and they need something to eat, you know what they end up doing, right? Taking that from somebody else. You know, so if America get to that point, what you think we gonna do? We gonna just let our planes sit over there and our bombs sit over there while we like Venezuela over here? No,
Right.
sir.
Being
We
in
about to jump in them jets and we about to go make something happen.
if we were more in allegiance instead of being divisive, like being like dictators, pretty much, we would have had probably gotten a lot more because we have way more allies than we do now.
But notice how you say
Now
that,
we
right?
got
This
other
this why I be like, yo, Sino, you listen to what you saying, right? You say we got a dictator in Trump and we need to be more nicer and all that. And then the first thing you do is show China. And you show China's railroads and China's economy and like they don't got an actual dictator for real over there.
Mhm.
But that's our biggest threat, and they the best thing since sliced bread. But they got an actual dictator. We got a president of the United States that everybody's claiming is a dictator, and people upset with this guy, but they cool with China though. Like, you think it's okay what China do to people?
You know how China got their power? Through the United States.
No, I don't know.
Bill Clinton added them to the trade because he saw all that money and they start making all the money. Everything that you buy, almost everything in your house, you look around, come from made in China. Whoever manufactures have the power. We don't make anything really in the United States anymore. We are a distributor.
Yeah, but we got the best money. Okay, we don't make nothing.
You have
That's
money.
that's why I rock with Trump. And he put them
You
tariffs and said, if y'all want to do business, I bet you they paying them tariffs.
Whoever,
if y'all want to do business with them, y'all got the product, we got the money. Who more important? The person with the product or the person with the money?
The person with the product, because you're going to be paying them the money for the product.
Yeah, but if we don't buy it, who else? Who's China's number one person that they buy stuff from? America.
America is a
and they try and Trump noticing that they trying to switch that up. They trying to stop doing so much business with America, and that's what we don't like.
When America was at its strongest, we had General Motors, U.S. Steel. Those were the biggest companies. General Electric. Those were the biggest companies in this world. They were dominant. No other, because we manufactured. Everybody had to come through us. Other countries had to come here to get stuff made because we had genuine steel. We stopped manufacturing. We closed down Ohio plants, all the mills, Metalux. All these companies started to close down. CNC jobs all went overseas to China and other small companies like Whirlpool, your washing machines, that get made somewhere over in like Indonesia. They're finding everywhere else. And who did it? All of these billionaires, people like Trump, who went to China and had his shirts made over there in China because it was less costly to go do it overseas. That's why your cars was breaking down right after the warranty. because they knew it was
All right.
small.
Now you say that part, right? See, no, you say it costs less to make it overseas. Trump put these tariffs on them to make them move their businesses back in America. You think that's bad?
Here's the thing: they're still making them over there. They're still using the parts over there. All it is that they're gonna put a facility here where they can hire you for job.
Right. You think that's bad? Well, they wasn't doing it before. They didn't have to do it before. Nobody made them do it.
They've done that. They've been doing it for years. It
What?
hasn't.
Put in factories in the United States? Because I thought you just said we export all our stuff. Or import all our
What I'm
stuff.
saying, these places are here. Mercedes-Benz still have a place here. They don't make all their cars here. They ship them here and sell them here. They've been doing that here. They've been doing this. So with Trump,
Right. So if we make it to where they can't do that, right? If we make it to where they
we're gonna start building cars, I'm like, they're not gonna have Americans build these German cars. They're gonna have some of their German engineers over here in the United States posted up so they can make the cars, some of them here, but they got their engineers that make it already here. So they're just gonna do that, but they to avoid a tariff. So they're just gonna have a workaround.
Good job, Trump. Because now some more people could get some jobs. Now the economy's better. Good job, Donald Trump, making them come over here. Thank you. Or else they're gonna keep building them factories overseas, getting a cheap labor and making all these profits, and we ain't gonna get nothing.
He's talking about something that's already been in place for years. They've been doing this.
What?
They've been creating jobs. He had deals with his first presidential term. He had made a deal with them that they couldn't close a plant. He had a deal with Ford and Chevrolet saying, do not close this plant. I'm telling you, they was like, look, we're going to have to close this location down and go to this next one. I'm telling you, don't close this plant. He wanted to keep it open and keep the jobs open because he was running in the election. But they've always had this in place for people out of overseas to bring their cars here. Audi been doing it.
They've been getting it for the low, bro. They've been coming up off America. Don't you see that? They've been coming up off America because we got weak leaders.
No,
now this guy Trump in here, he like, hold it. So you gonna do this, and what you gonna do for me? If I'm gonna tell you this, how much I'm making off of it, bruh? Trump running this thing. Let him do his job.
They came up off of us because we gave up the automotive industry. General Motors, remember I told you, GM, all
you think we gave it up, or they moved it out for profit?
Yes, we stopped making those parts. They started taking the cheap parts that was over in China. Those
So that's not America did that. That's those corporations that did that.
Americans did it because they
So
stopped.
America told Ford to get out of America and go make your cars overseas. That's what you're saying? Or the owner of Ford said, hold on, I could make more money if I go over there and get these guys to build my cars. It'll be cheaper and I can make more profits. You don't think that's what happened?
Because
I don't think America said, yo, Ford, we don't want you in our country no more. Get out of here. Nah.
No, we said we don't want to pay that kind of money and for these cars that's gonna last long and they're reliable. We want cars that look real pretty, but they're gonna break down. The axle gonna break in about 2, 3, 4 years. As soon as that warranty expire, boom! All of a sudden, now the axle break. The bolts were breaking, and the thing is, it was so faulty, it was starting to break before the warranty. Your seat.
Yeah, but you can't say America did that. That's the CEO of the business that. So America, you telling me, bro? You trying to tell me?
Let me tell you what they did. So let me tell you what it did. The reason that they did it, they start buying the CNC machines over there in China. They start buying them over there. They start closing the CNC machines here because it's 20 cents a bolt for U.S. steel. China used recycled metal. We use pure steel, so it lasts longer. They use their.
So you saying China used some of that recycled metal for them towers, from them towers, right? From them towers. Oh, okay.
So they use recycled metal, and it's worth 8 cents a bolt. So instead of paying 20 cents a bolt, they'd rather pay 8 cents. And they'll say, "Well, I'll take that. It'll break down, and people just keep buying them and get a new one." So they'd rather do that and have it tear. So we'll rather not buy some that lasts longer. We'd rather buy some that give us 2-3 years. That 20-cent bolt could last you about 10 years to 20 years. That 8-cent bolt could give you probably a maximum of 4 years before it breaks and snaps. So this is why people axles was breaking on these new cars and everything else, because they was going and getting that recycled metal, that cheap metal, using it on these cars instead of that pure steel that we have here for CNC work. So most of the CNC shops and mills closed, and they were all overseas. They started going all to these other countries. So they were doing all the manufacturing, and they just shipping the stuff here, and we're just buying it. So that's why we lose power. If you look at it right now, what's the biggest companies in the United States? Google and Walmart. They don't make anything. So that tells you right there, we've lost our power. That's where you lose your power. The countries that manufacture, that's where you build your wealth and your power. That's why that railing system is important. See, they built that because they have the power. Now they could distribute everything they're building to everybody, and they don't have to come to the United States to anything. They're getting ready to cut us completely off. And if they do that, they've already declared themselves for a major war. I told people in that in 2022, when they first was building that railing system. Now it's 2026. They building another one. That's $6 billion. And that's the one that's going to go to London and back. And they finna corner the entire market. They gonna have the Middle East, Africa, all of that.
Who gonna corner the entire market? Who gonna corner the entire market? Who?
China, because they the ones.
Yeah, all right. Not if we got something to say about it. I don't know why y'all keep sleeping on USA. I don't know why you keep sleeping on the United States of America, bro. We got the purchasing power over here.
The purchasing power. That's right. You have no power.
I said we got the purchasing power over here.
Dog, if I got all the hoes and you got all the money, who got the power?
Me.
No, I do, because you want hoes.
Because if I don't give you no money, if I don't give you no money, if I don't give you no money, you can't make no money.
No honey.
Right, yeah, and you won't have no money either.
Don't worry.
If I got all the money and you got all the hoes, you gonna make a deal. Or else you ain't gonna get no money. You gonna make
a deal. You gonna have to make the deal because you gonna want the hoes. More that money.
Nah, just go find somebody else. I got all the money, remember? Like the customer is always right.
Let me tell you this, right? I got all the food, you got all the money.
Yep.
You gotta eat, right?
Yep.
Right. So how you gonna eat? You gotta pay for the food, right? So who got the
That's
power?
right.
Who got
okay. If you got all the food and I got all the money, we both got power. Because if I don't buy your food, you ain't gonna make no money.
That's okay, but I won't be hungry. See, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Whoever has the product has the power.
Nah, because they tell me the customer always right. You know, the customer always right. That's what I learned.
That ain't everybody's policy. And Burger King, that might be the truth, but that ain't everybody's policy.
So you think it's a bad idea for Donald Trump, to want those factories that's in China on American soil so they can't have all that power? So when
that ain't never gonna happen. He can wish all he wants. China is trying to take over the land.
They told the super chat came and said I was over talking. That's what the super chat said.
Oh no.
I don't think I was over talking.
No, you don't know talking.
But what I'm trying to say now is if you think it's a bad idea for Donald Trump to want all of those or a lot more factories in America, so that way we could have some product too. So when he put in these tariffs on these people and telling them, y'all not about to keep eating off us for free or for the cheap, y'all gonna have to pay. You think that's wrong? I don't think that's wrong. I think that's smart. And I think those people about to come over here, we maybe could get some of that infrastructure and start making factories over here, you know, so we could be more powerful. It ain't about China. Like I said, man, I ain't moving to China. I don't care what they do over there.
Here's the thing that I would say, he can want all he want, but what he gonna get is nothing. Not over there. We are not equipped to go to war with China. China is trying to take back Taiwan. Taiwan works with the United States. We get most of our stuff.
No, we ain't going to war with China. You got to understand how this shit works. We We gonna beat up everybody around China. We gonna fuck up their money source. We gonna fuck up all their transportation routes with the fentanyl. We gonna fuck up the money. America not gonna straight up try to fight China or Russia. They gonna go. They got a roundabout way to deal with everybody. Trust me. They gonna deal with China ass. And this is just the first step in the puzzle. If they get this, let's just talk about it from a positive standpoint for a second. If they get control over slowing up the oil supply to China, that's an effect in their money and how they do business. We already got tariffs on them. They're trying to circumvent America, and we're going to get in the way with everybody that they're doing business with. If we do business with them and they do business with China, we going to put sanction on food or everything else that they got. They're not going to be able to afford it, and then they're going to have to bend the knee. We're going to get what we want done. Trust me.
Nah, I don't see that happening with China.
Not with China. We're going to get what we want done with the people around China.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to China.
But that by then, it might be too late. Because
it's gonna be by then it'll be too late for China.
Right now, we're really at the point of a war with China over Taiwan.
Because China don't want the problems you think they want.
Well, here's the thing: we got ships in the water right now outside of Taiwan, and they got their ships right now outside of Taiwan. Right as we speak, they got their ships just posted up, ready to go.
Because we got the best jets too. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know we got a jet. We got a jet in our fleet that ain't never lost a fight. You know that?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing.
I think it's like the F-22 or something like that. That plane, it never lost a dogfight.
Taiwan
they can't see it.
Taiwan had their independence, but just like Hong Kong was under British rule, they didn't have to follow under the regime of China. British had that control for years, and now they said, y'all turn is up. Hong Kong got to go back to the regime of China, and they had that protest, and people was mad because they was like, hey, we had our free reign and rights. China was like, nope, it's over. That whole British contract is over. So China's trying to take control over all things that they feel is China, and they think Taiwan belongs to China. And so all the deals they got with the United States, and Taiwan's like, hell no, we don't want no, we stand independent. And they protected by the United States. So they called the United States like, hey, China trying to take us back. The United States sent them damn ships and said, oh, no, you ain't taking Taiwan. Taiwan belongs to us, and Taiwan is right outside of China. China was like, this is ours. What you mean?
Man, I'm convinced, you're going to get married to a Chinese lady. I'm convinced, man.
Hey, I had a black Chinese girl.
I'm convinced, man. Yo, China don't want no of these problems, man. Trust me. What I'm telling you, bro. They got all the people they want. Did you not see America's B-2 bomber in action? How it just went over there, dropped the bomb, and came back like nothing happened. They didn't even see the damn bomber, man. You know that? And it what they say was 40,000 feet in the sky, and they dropped the bomb right on the bunker and blew that whole thing up and just bounced with no problem. You talk about China. Yeah, right. They better chill. I know that. Or it's going to be problems. And either way, look, this is the good thing about it. If it's problems with China, we all in trouble anyway, right? If we have problems, there might be a nuclear war. We all going to be in trouble. Your dollar ain't going to be worth nothing anyway. But if what Trump is doing works, we going to be in good shape. So I don't see the problem with it. As long as he ain't break no international law, because if he did, somebody would be on trying to fight with us. But ain't nobody saying nothing.
America won every war they fought, except for one. China.
Man, I ain't worried about no Chinese people.
Rematch, dude. Goddamn it, rematch.
Yeah. If they start sending nuclears over here, we all gonna be in trouble anyway. So,
man, did China really win? Like, I don't think nobody won in that situation. I don't think nobody win when you go to war. And now we have the capability to do so much destruction to each other. as soon as each side press the button, there won't be no winners. And whoever is around to tell the story, they're going to be the ones that to make it seem like their side won. But it ain't no winners when you got babies on each side being blown up and people starving. I don't see no winning in that.
You're right. You're right about that, but we definitely didn't get what we came there to get. we had to pack it up and get the hell up out of there. Like dude said, man, ain't no greater adversary than a man in a pair of black pajamas. What do you say?
Oh, it said, disclaimer, Vietnam was never declared a war because the president never asked Congress for a declaration of war.
Oh, it was a war, right? Whatever they want to title it, they can call it what they want. That was a war of monumental.
Speaking, U.S. never lost a war. So we never lost a war on paper.
Yeah, we tied with Korea. And what they call that a tie with North Korea, or when they had the Korean War.
Yeah, he said the only reason why you saw them win because liberals started complaining. I don't think nobody can beat us in a war. I think the things that we would do to other countries would be put in the media, and they're afraid to be called racist. Our country is capable of doing all sorts of ungodly things to people, and they just don't want to do that. They have weapons, they have weaponry, they got all kind of stuff that they can do to the water. China, I'm just saying, China do too. But China don't really give a fuck about sanctioning bodies and people.
Hell no. That's why you can't beat them.
That's what I'm saying. They can beat them. If we get rid of the sanctioning bodies and fight fire with fire, waterboard their ass, and do everything that they willing to do to us, can't nobody fuck with our military. We got men and women that's capable of doing everything that those other countries do. We are supposed to be the good bad guys. We need to stop faking like the good bad guys and just, when it's wartime, don't give a fuck and go crazy on everybody. When it's war, it's war. When it's up, it's up.
Yeah, we ain't built like that.
We built like that. We just got people that, oh, well, if you do this, you're going to that's a war crime. If you do that, that's a war crime. You ain't telling me with the capabilities of America, we wouldn't have to lose one soldier with the capabilities that we have. And I'm pretty sure they have that too, but nobody can launch a missile and to hit another country like we can. We can launch missiles from right over here and fuck up another country without even leaving our living room. Like we ain't allowing people to have those capabilities.
Yo, then they got drones. Then they got drones too.
That's why I say it's 1.4 billion in China versus 300 million United States.
No, see, that's just more people to kill though. You talking about how many?
Like that, dog.
It do work like that. Them bombs, a bomb wipe out how many people? When they drop that atomic bomb, how many people did that wipe out at one time?
Do you think you're gonna get that atomic bomb over China?
No. They got better bombs than the atomic bomb now. I'm just
saying. But you think they're gonna let that plane get over there to drop that bomb?
We don't need a plane. We can directly launch missiles. We got
and
missiles.
They will launch a counter missile to blow that.
Yeah, we got what's those shit called, battleships and in the oceans and stuff. They can launch missiles from there too.
I just want everybody to know it's not going to be a war like that. It's not a war of people being on the ground. It's going to be counterattack, strike, counter strike, things like that. We have the capabilities to do whatever the hell we want to do. So don't think that that we need some people or thousands of people to get on the ground and fight. Wars are not fought like that no more. They'll send a drone over there. They can send a drone over here. We can send a drone over there to wipe out half of their shit. All we got to do is hit the right nuclear base, hit the right oil refinery. They know where ours are. We know where they shit at. That's the type of war we would be fighting. It ain't about the people. That'll just be more people to die. And just because it's millions of people on the ground in China, those are not war-ready people. Those are going to be people running, hiding, trying to flee. Those are not war-ready people.
Shit.
No, they have a bigger military, but we talking about if you count up.
Them people die over belief. They'll grab a grenade and run up on you and grab you.
Well, thank God they're not going to be able to run. They're not going to be able to run up on us.
gonna
Ain't
have a
nobody gonna be
grenade
able
in
to.
his hand and say, "I'm finna run over there and take out a group of people."
The one thing you got to respect about America, wars don't really get fought over here in America. We had Pearl Harbor, we had the little small stuff, but we go over there and find you. We not letting you come over here. So all the other countries got to worry about bomb shelters and all that. We talk all this shit about our military. We talk all this shit about China and Russia. Them motherfuckers know better than to come over here. And China, if they ever was to try to come over here, they're not going to succeed. Just like probably if we ever try to go over there, we're not going to succeed. Could we both throw bombs at each other? Yes. That's what we can do. We'll be very good at doing that. But I think where America is going to fuck up at is we too nice with our immigration policy. And I think that's what Trump and all these people are seeing. The only way we could truly be fucked with if we letting Chinese immigrants into our country by the hundreds of thousands so that we got these sleeper cells in our country. That's how we could be fucked with when they mobilize the people that they have on the ground that we keep letting over here. But far as them from China doing anything, that's not gonna happen. That's why I'm always with when Obama was saying no more immigration. I was with that shit. Because how you gonna protect your country? Like you say, we only got 300 or 400 million people. How you gonna protect these people if you're letting in people from their country that's bringing in their country's ideology over to our country? So they really not with us. They raising their flag in our country. Shouldn't we be smarter than that and say, okay, since you raising the flag and all that shit over here, carry your ass back to your country, represent your country over there, because this not finna be America, Mexico. This ain't finna be America, China. This ain't finna be America, Iraq. This is motherfucking America. And if you're not with this shit, go home. That's how I look at it. If you're not with this shit, go home. We got enough to be able to do whatever we need to do. Whether you think we good or bad, it's a reason why motherfuckers swimming over here. It's a reason why people drowning to get over here, giving up their right, left arm and their babies to get over here. Because it's the baddest motherfucking country in the goddamn land, bar none. We make the most, even if we don't make the most industry stuff, because we used to at one point until everybody got greedy. And so we sold off our jobs, but we still consume the most. So either way it go, if America fall, everything falls. So we ain't gonna fall. We gonna kick ass and take name. I like what Trump did. We gonna kick ass and take name.
I'm against it because I see the writing on the wall. I'm like, oh no, I see where this is going. I'm like, I pay attention to exactly what China doing, and I've been watching China since 2016, and I'm like, ain't they doing a lot? And I was like, man, we done created a monster. I'm like, they finna pass us up. We ain't gonna be the number one country no more in wealth.
We about to spank that. We about to spank that ass. You know.
Well, here come Trump. Well, wait till you get a load of Donald Trump.
Right. We about to spank that ass,
Trump was
man.
here in 2016. We already got a load of Trump.
Well, Trump, you got to look at it. In 2016, how many lawsuits and shit that he was fighting in 2016?
Shit, he fighting them now.
I know, but how many was he fighting in 2016? The Russian collusion hoax, the all this other stuff that, by the way, was proven that Trump was right about. So if they just get the fuck out of this man's way, save your opinions for after he do his job, because no other president had to deal with all this distracting and all this going to court and all this different shit being in his way when he trying to do what he do. I understand. If it's America first, then that's our president for the next 3 years. Let's back this motherfucking president. Let's show some American pride and back the president for once. Let's not just wait till it's a Democratic president. Let's not wait till it's a Republican president that we all like as an individual. I don't like nobody. I don't like N words. I don't like B words. I don't like nobody. I'm in love with policy.
To see it because in the midterms, all Republicans are gone. That's it. They gone. This move right here just got them done in.
I don't think so. just like American Man said, that's what he voted for. If some people see the power move in this, I don't believe it. The Democrats don't have nothing but transitioning babies, and Trump did it. What are they going to run on? You're gonna run on this social policy, this socialism, this whatever this communism that this dude Mondavi in New York is doing. All of the businesses are moving out of New York. All of the businesses are moving away from California. Outside of Trump did it, and it's not our fault. What are they offering? Don't no businessman want to deal with them. Kevin O'Leary talk about them all the time. Who wants to deal with these democratic policies?
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary, yeah, he's upset with China because China, like I said, he's seen what happened because China could just do what they want.
He's not just upset with China. He's upset with these democratic-led states that put so many sanctions on business. If you look at the diner business in New York, they all moving to Miami.
Yeah.
He's keeping one of them, but most of the businessmen in these cities like New York, Chicago, all of these cities that are putting the foreign money towards these illegal immigrants, the businessmen have spoke. They're moving out of these economies. You know what's going to happen? All of the blacks, all of the browns, they're going to be on government assistance. And the government assistance don't even reach them because the government assistance is going to black and brown. So that means it's being split with the illegal immigrants. So if you keep running off big business, we're only going to have government jobs and call centers because they're taking up a lot of the land, putting call centers in these fucking land. And that's just bare minimum jobs. So, like, what is the Democrats going to do that's better than what Trump is trying to do?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know who the Democrats gonna get to run or what they gonna get to run on.
Shit, they might well go ahead and get Stephen A.
Right.
When you got an analyst talking about he can run for a
All
fucking
they got
president,
to
you know
do
it's
is
over.
run on what Trump is doing wrong. And that's all they got to do is say, look at what Trump is doing. We ain't finna do that. It's time for it to end. That's all. Trump gonna make it real easy for the Democrats to win the election. You saw what happened just a few months ago when they lost them key states in Virginia and everywhere. When the government was shut down, they had that election. So they lost some key states there. So when these midterms come around, that's going to shake up everything. And
We'll see. I doubt it. They talking about Stephen A. Smith running for president. I don't even know if you're talking about a guy in Gavin Newsom with the slick hair running for president.
Oh, I can't stand him.
Yeah, that's what they talking about. He ran California into the ground. Yep. Like name the candidate that they have that has the resume, the background to run this corporation called America. Because America is a corporation and Donald Trump is a businessman. He's been doing good business. They're mad that he's doing business and putting the business first. Of course, he's trying to make his businessman friends some money. You know what businessmen friends do? They come back to America and they open up business. And if we don't start supporting business in America, America would fold. I don't understand why we're looking at that as a bad thing. The jobs are leaving. Look at California. Look at Oakland, California. Look at St. Louis. Look at Mississippi. Look at Memphis. Look at Chicago. Look at Baltimore. Look at DC now that they cleaned it up. Look at these states. They're about to start taking over. Forget other countries. They're about to start taking over these states. They're about to send these troops to these different states because there's too much land in these states that they're going to be able to get for cheap. Well, Memphis is next. They're gonna go buy up Memphis. Memphis got so many houses down there for cheap. They're gonna get rid of them dudes that's shooting, and it's over with. It's gonna be a whole new market.
Well, I hope it's so.
I hope it's so too. As long as them Democrats ain't in office, because the Democrat cities are the worst cities for black men in America, bar none.
He believes the kid got the right to, he's pushing all these LGBTQ like issues, and a child 10 years old could make a decision on his body. He's a sick individual. So I don't look at Gavin Newsom as nobody should be listening to him.
Well, that's all that Cardi B was, not Cardi B. That's all majority of what's her name, Nicki Minaj's talking point was. That tweet that they're saying that she's going after transgenders, she was actually going after Gavin Newsom. She was saying, why didn't you just want healthy children? Why are you running on more trans kids? That's what she said. She wasn't attacking trans kids. She was saying, why would you run on, instead of running on all inclusive, healthy kids, you're just saying, I want more trans kids. That tells my kid that's not trans, hey, if this guy is saying that and he's such a powerful position and he wants this in California, can I be trans too so I can be a part of the cool kids? That's how impressionable kids are. They know this, and that's why they say stuff like that. Because if it's no reason to say that. Just give them all of their rights and let people choose.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but she's just the wrong messenger. They didn't know anything about Nicki Minaj when they invited her. They just thought her popularity. I'm just like, oh man, yeah, you should have vetted this. She is not turning point material. I'm like,
I think she's the exact turning point material. Turning point material is Christian based. We don't want all good people, all healed people. You need sick people. If you look at the Bible, Jesus Christ hung around nothing but murderers and sex workers. Look at Paul. Look at Peter. These weren't the most savory people in the world. Just look at the Bible, and God's best soldiers was former pimps, prostitutes, and killers. Really?
yeah, but she's not reformed her ways. She's
But
only
that's not for us to judge. That's not our walk. Our walk as a Christian, you don't turn anybody away. No, listen. As a Christian, you don't turn people away, and that's what happened to the church. You're telling people go ahead and get clean and pristine, and then come to the church. No, you're supposed to be going to get all the bummers and the drunks off the corners and converting them. I don't care if all your church congregations smell like alcohol and assholes and feet. You're supposed to be converting those people over. You don't judge people while they're trying to go and find God. So when the people make those statements like you just made, I'm like, wait a minute, that is totally off base on what the Christian faith is. Turning Point USA is exactly the place that's supposed to embrace Nicki Minaj. And if she's trying to change a little bit, you foster that change. You don't be judgmental. You can turn somebody back to Satan by judging them like that.
Well, the thing is that I'm not convinced she's doing this as a turning point or she's turning herself to Christ. I didn't get a turning to Christ as the reasons why she was doing this. She's doing it to protect somebody who's a PDF file who she married, and she's trying to protect him. And then her brother is a PDF file who she keeps defending and trying to protect him. So this is what I meant by saying she's not turning point material, because they're all about the children and educating. And for people who sitting there defending people that hurt children, this is what I mean about the hypocrisy. And I don't think they did their homework. I don't think they knew all these things. They would have brought her on that stage.
I still think they would, because she backed her brother, which, I mean, a lot of people are going to back their family member. We don't know whether she believes her brother is innocent or not. He's convicted, but how many people was convicted of a crime? Then 20 years later, we found out through new evidence that they wasn't guilty of that crime. So she's probably just standing by a relative or a loved one, and that's just what you would want somebody to do. If her brother is saying, I'm innocent of this crime, and she actually believes him, is she a bad person for standing by her brother? Or is she supposed to do what society want her to do?
Well, I'm thinking, and the realm of this is that the evidence was there, and she was blaming the actual victim when her statement. That's what made it bad.
And if she did that, that's 100% wrong, and I don't agree with that. But on this particular topic, on this particular point, where you're talking about children and Gavin Newsom, I don't see anything wrong with what she said.
I don't see anything wrong with what she said about Gavin Newsom either.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I just said she's the wrong messenger to be sending that statement. With the message, what she said, I didn't disagree with it at all. I can't stand Gavin Newsom because he is, to me, he is a problem. He's dangerous. He that Papa guy on Stranger Things. He one of them. He want to experiment on people and do all kind of weird, and he approving all kind of goofy shit in California. I'm like,
I just think people forget what it looks like to stand with somebody that everybody else think is guilty. She's doing what most people would want somebody to do: stand in their corner If the whole world think I'm guilty and I said I'm not guilty, I would want that person that know me from the sandbox to say I'm riding with you. If you say you ain't guilty, I'm gonna fucking ride with you until, even if they say you guilty, if you tell me you not guilty, I'm fucking riding with you. That's the type of loyalty it seems like she's showing. And so that's the loyalty that everybody wants. And if it's proven that this guy didn't do anything, maybe she's just blind loyalty to her brother, and maybe she has blind loyalty to her ex or her current husband. Because I don't know.
He got convicted. I think he's doing 25 years.
Her brother is doing 25 years?
Yeah, I think he's doing 25.
And so, and she believes her brother is innocent?
Well, no, she's kind of like saying that the girl lied, didn't tell the whole story on the other side of the family, like they were like in a relationship, even though they family, like she led him on or something. It was something that it was real tacky, like what she said. It was just like, oh no, Nikki, this is the worst. The worst.
So was the girl underage?
Yeah, she was underage.
Okay. And how old was her brother?
Oh man, I don't know how old he is, but let's see if I can look it up. But her statements was crazy.
And what was her statements to that?
Let me see. He was found guilty of Long Island child sexual assault. The girl who's now 14 years old, so she was 14. And he was facing up to life in prison. The girl was 11 years old, and he was endangering the welfare of a child too, and for having repeated sexual contact with an 11-year-old girl at his home in Baldwin.
He was a grown man messing with an 11-year-old, and Nicki Minaj said what?
Yeah, she was trying to say that it was like the family knew and it was like okay with it. Some stupid, she said.
And this boy was a teenager? Like, how old was he?
No, he's 38.
So he was 38 messing with an 11-year-old?
Yep.
Wow.
That's why I say it's wrong messenger.
Yeah, that's hard to defend, a 38 with a 11-year-old. That's fucking disgusting.
Brother actually assaulting a young girl inside his home on Long Island.
That verdict coming down late this afternoon. Eyewitness News reporter Kristen Thorne first alerting us on Twitter and on ABC7 NY app. She joins us now live in Mineola with the decision that stunned the defense.
Dave, Jelani Mirage showed no emotion as the verdict was read. He was found guilty, as you mentioned, of predatory sexual assault against a child. He's facing 25 years to life in prison. In the moment before the verdict, Jelani Mirage's attorney says Mirage felt confident that he would be acquitted of all charges. But minutes later, Mirage's mother, Carol, walked out of the courtroom alone with only their attorney.
We're going to appeal this case. We have about 50 appealable issues. The amount of evidence that we had that wasn't allowed in this case is unbelievable. It's really, I've never seen anything like it.
You were really shocked, it seems.
I am shocked.
Prosecutors say Mirage in 2015 repeatedly had sex with his then 11-year-old stepdaughter. They say he threatened the girl if she didn't comply. The defense said it was all made up, a scheme to extort $25 million from Mirage's famous sister, Nicki Minaj. Attorney David Schwartz says Mirage was stunned when the verdict was read.
He whispered a few things to me and I told him it's going to be okay in the end.
Jurors say they had some questions at first about whether Mirage really was guilty, but ultimately they say the decision to convict him wasn't hard. What was listening to the testimony.
It was hard.
What made it hard?
Listening to the witnesses and what they were bringing up, it was not easy to listen to.
Another factor that may have played a role in the jury's decision was the fact that Mirage's DNA was found on the victim's pajamas. The defense argued that that DNA was placed there by the victim's mother as part of this elaborate scheme to get money out of the family. Schwartz says Nicki Minaj supported her brother throughout the trial.
So that's what
My
I'm
name is
saying.
Whitney Allen.
She's defending him, trying to say like it's this big plot. And so she basically was blaming the damn victim.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I can't defend that at all.
And
But
then her husband is married. She married to a dude who did it the worst. He was 16. He followed a girl, grabbed her, put a knife to her back, took her in the house, and tried to R-word her. And she hit him upside the head with a bottle and ran to school and told the principal that he tried to do this and he was assaulting her. He got arrested and went to jail and did 4 years in jail for it.
so let me ask you this: did something happen to Nicki Minaj when she was younger to where? Because that's two men you're saying that she's around, that she seems to not to be okay with that.
Yeah, and the thing is that she knew about it, and that's why she's doing this thing with
Oh, hold on. Somebody said she also said she lied about that and she was dating him.
That's what Nikki was saying. She lied about it and was dating him. That woman came out and she was the victim. Nicki Minaj tried to contact that woman because the husband had to go back to jail because he had violated his probation because she moved him out to California where she at, and he got to register as a sex offender.
Now, see, here's my thing with this whole thing, right? I didn't know she defended this her brother like this, right? But somebody did, and they didn't say nothing about it when she was still making songs. How many years ago was this?
Oh, they did. She lost a lot of support after that.
But she still had over 10 million followers because 10 million people left her after she said something about Trump. So my thing is, if Nicki was so bad and what she said was so egregious, why wait until she say something about Trump to cancel her? Why not these statements alone cancel her?
Here's why they canceled her. The people that those people didn't cancel. The people that left, those 10 million, those are the people from the LGBT community. See, that's where she made the bulk of her money. And all of the people that was following her. I mean, her name is Minaj. She started her name is Nicki Minaj. So she played that role like she was get down with women, even though she was straight. She would play the role, and she performed.
So I was right that they sent a group after you because the group that's canceling Nicki Minaj is the LGBTQ. Because I said they get you with one or three groups. They get you with black women. They get you with Negroes causing beef, or they get you with some sort of group like the LGBTQ. And you better not say nothing about them J people. Because then
they got mad at her because she's all her friends, her hairdressers, all of them, they're all in part of that community. And when she went up there talking about with Gavin Newsom attacking him and all that, and they were like, "Oh, she just sold out for the money."
Well, see, that's where the fine line got to get crossed because there's people like my first cousin is gay, but he's still a man. And he would agree with Nicki Minaj 100%. Leave the children alone. Gavin Newsom is a weirdo for saying that. That's what he would say. As an adult, just keep everything for adults. Would you appreciate? I wouldn't appreciate a heterosexual man with a younger woman, nor would I appreciate a LGBT person with a younger person. And it seems like they're trying to make that okay because as much as they're going after this Pettis guy and talking about Nicki Minaj's husband, they're secretly passing laws that are saying that it's okay to have a minor attraction. So if we're going to be mad at this guy Pettis and we're going to be mad at Nicki Minaj's brother, then why are we not mad at the people who are passing laws that allows for people to have a minor attraction?
I mean, this man Gavin Newsom wants to basically, he has passed the law already that if a child is a male, he's 10 and decides he wants to decide he's a transgender. There's nothing the parents could do about it. He didn't took the power away from the parents.
And so that's what Nicki Minaj is talking about. So parents got to understand how important this is. Don't just judge Nicki Minaj because of the mistakes that she made with her own personal life with men that she is emotionally attached to. Because I told y'all, it's all about who we like. And what that sounds like is for a normal situation, Nicki Minaj would feel like that person is wrong. But men that was connected to her, she looked the other way. As I said that most people would do. It's very rarely that people will be like, you know what, that's my brother, that's my cousin, that's my such and such, and I still don't rock with that person because of what they did. I've done it in life. I do it in my real life now. I have people that I do not talk to because of some of the things that they represent and that they've done. I don't fuck with you just because that's just what it is. But I call a spade though. The very same people that are mad at Nicki Minaj for supporting her brother and this Pettis dude, they'll turn right around and support pedophiles that have minor attractions, and they're probably going to vote for this law to go into place. That people who have minor attractions are going to go to hospitals and they're going to go get mental evaluations instead of go to prison.
Yep. And I don't believe no child at 10 years old know what they should want with their body and all that stuff. They 10.
And so that's why I be wanting people to keep it separate. When you find out that Nicki Minaj is human and it's all about who we like, don't look at what mistakes she made prior to the things she's saying now. That's how they get you. Oh, well, look at what Nicki Minaj did. She support this person. She support that person. Take a breath and say, okay, I don't agree with that. But in this particular situation where Gavin Newsom is trying to take the power away from parents and trying to turn kids at a young age, what do you think that leads to? If your 10-year-old comes home and say, no, I don't want to be a boy no more, and you turn that 10-year-old into a girl, and then that 10-year-old turns 20, and that 20-year-old now wants a family, that 20-year-old can no longer have kids because you transitioned them. Why not let that young man wait till he grows up, mature, and if he wants to get off of those hormone blockers and those things, and he has his still manhood, he may want to change his life and start a family. How many people have been one way for a minute and then changed their mind? That's just life.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of them that said that they showed that said, man, I'm a grown man now, I'm in my 20s. I wish I could go back. He's like, I do change my mind, and I don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, somebody say a pedophile charge is tricky. You can get one from peeing in public. Yeah, it's a lot of things. You can that's the crazy thing. You can get a pedophile charge for peeing in public, but then you can go to a gay pride week and they could be slinging and jangling right in front of your children.
Her music was turned off immediately after a club started playing it. The clip shows a packed club as one of Nicki's songs starts playing. Instead of cheering, people began shouting for it to stop almost instantly. In the video, voices can be heard telling the DJ to turn it off.
And it's a gay
The moment
club.
stunned many viewers because it showed a
saying.
complete shift in how her music is being received in public spaces. The clip has now gotten a lot of attention across social media. Some are saying it feels symbolic of how quickly things have changed around her image. Nicki has already been facing a huge backlash in recent weeks. She's lost millions of followers and is losing a lot of public support. Certain groups now dislike her, saying they no longer feel comfortable supporting her. That reaction appears to be spilling into real-world spaces like clubs where her music was once guaranteed to be played. What stands out is how fast the crowd reacted. There was no hesitation, no mixed response, just a clear demand for the track to be stopped. So far, Nicki hasn't addressed the club clip directly, but moments like this are making people question how much public support she still has. From what we've seen, though, it looks like people are turning against her, which is bound to affect her career moving forward. But before you go, I want to know.
That's not people are turning against her just because one gay club reacted to Nicki Minaj.
Mm-hmm.
There's black women that still love Nicki Minaj because she stood up and said something that was right. There's some that hate her. So on either side, you're gonna have people that don't like you. And what it sounds like is somebody is trying to control her, if you ask me. I don't agree with what she did. I don't agree with supporting her brother and whatever that guy is, but I don't know the personal situation that happened there. You know, her brother's attorney is saying that they got appeals that they didn't happen. Did he ever appeal anything yet?
Oh, they put in an appeal. It got denied.
Okay. So until any of those appeals hit, then right now, as it stands, he's a guilty man.
Oh,
So some people, the same people that judged Trump for going after the January 6th, not January 6th, but the men that they thought that raped that girl, Central Park 5. Trump and the media thought they were guilty. So they said some egregious things. There's people saying egregious things about this dude because they feel like he's a convicted and he's guilty of SA. Ain't nobody treating him, like they like him. People in the hip hop world is, but in the real world, he got to check in before he go into a neighborhood. People got to know where he at all times.
Oh yeah, his baby mother who got his kids, she just was automatically, taken out in a drive-by. They still haven't caught the assailants who done that. Right when she was about to hit him with child support.
Jesus.
So then Nikki marries this guy, and that's why she lost a lot of support by marrying this guy and having a baby with him.
Yeah, she seemed like her downfall to me is loving this culture too much. That's her downfall because
women that like dangerous men, they feel safe for some reason.
This guy ain't gonna be available for you if he's doing all this stuff that's being alleged. Then he's gonna be back in jail.
Yeah,
she got sued with somebody in jail.
She just got sued. She might have to lose and sell her house because she got sued $500,000 and didn't pay it for somebody overseas because he put some hands on somebody overseas and they sued him and they lost, and now she ain't paid the $500,000. And that's why they was like, that's why she did this, because she want to do that. Because Nikki
should have got with a Russell Wilson, because Russell Wilson ain't gonna put his hands on you, and he ain't gonna have to go through all this stupidity. But a lot of these girls, they want men like that that's gonna put hands on people, because it's not about a feeling safe thing. Everybody want to talk about feeling safe. There's a guy that you can get. There's people in martial arts that don't talk, don't touch nobody, and they'll hurt you worse than anybody. But they want the guy that's gonna be quick to punch and fight and do stupid shit, because the first thing you should do is get your wife out that situation, because him punching somebody could get her or somebody else killed. You can't control those situations. So if you got a fight around your girl, you already lost. You're supposed to get the hell on.
Oh yeah. And now that this incident then took place with her, she had lost a lot of fan support by being with them. She was trying to get herself back on track, but she wants to get a citizenship where she don't have to keep filing for it, because she wasn't born here. She was born in Trinidad.
Mm-hmm.
So she's an immigrant. So they was like, you're not even from here, Nikki, you an immigrant. Like they was like coming bad for her, but she wants to get like the immunity where she can just be a regular citizen. Because she's like, look, I came here as a kid. I was here like when I was like 6 or 7 or whatever, how old she was. She was 5. Okay, there you go. She was 5 when she came here. So she was like, I've been here long enough. I'm paying taxes. Y'all taxing the hell out of me. Why not give me she want that full immunity. Like she should be like, look, I should have that. It's immigrants that got that. That's in the United States. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger got it. So
they gave Arnold Schwarzenegger citizenship because he ran for governor, right? He had to have citizenship.
He was governor, but he can never be president. So, and like everybody in New York was talking about that guy, the mayor. I'm like, he can't be president. He can't run for president. I was telling them that. They was like, he gonna run for president. Why? That mayor. I'm like, he can't run for president. He wasn't born here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's out. But yeah, they love him already. He's using Jadakiss, all kind of hip hop terms. I was like, look at this. This dude up here freestyling. He about to bust a rap. I'm like, New York, they up there having a sworn in. They got somebody who Hebrew, a black guy. They got a Christian. I was like, man, New York trying to come in here and corner the market. Whatever religion you is, they got somebody in office for it.
Mm-mm-mm.
Boy, they is stay busy.
You are so easy to placate to the mess. Let's see. Her and 21 Savage want fully immunity.
Man, I see what he's saying.
All you gotta do is go to a sanctuary city and get that. Yeah, all she gotta do is go to a sanctuary city. Shit.
Yeah.
She moved back to New York. They'll give her a pass. They ain't gonna protect Nikki like they doing all these illegals.
They should.
That's crazy, B.
Yeah. But
That's
I saw
what I say.
what you said about that junkie. I think he mad because me and his ex is real cool.
Uh-oh.
You see her on the video with me. That's
Man, I seen it. She looking good on the video too.
Yeah.
He showed that one. I seen her. She had that little wardrobe slip on your last one.
Oh yeah. So I think he upset about that. That's bothering him a little bit.
Yeah, he got a title talking about Kwame playing with God. He using the Lord's name in vain. I played with God because I went to church. I went to church yesterday, and now I play with God. These people are crazy. Let me see. What was it? Was it on One Crack News?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just want to see that thumbnail because yeah, man. Y'all been doing some real good political back and forth videos.
Oh yeah, man. We had a great panel the other day. We were all up there getting down.
Yeah, and then even if it get a little spicy, y'all reel it back in and y'all figure it out. I like y'all back and forth. Look at that. Let me see. This one right here, that thumbnail.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Sino, man. I ain't got no problem with Sino. Sino legit.
Oh
yeah,
man.
That's how you have a disagreement, though.
Yeah. Y'all see the third video right here? How do you make this one bigger? The thumbnail, because when I click on it, the thumbnail go out.
Oh yeah, just play it up, and then it should get bigger as the thumbnail. I mean, as the video go.
Let's see.
Yeah. You just gotta then speed it up, and there it is.
There she go. This that Junkie X, y'all. She's a fox now.
Yeah, he messed that up.
He messed that all the way up.
I ain't gonna mess it up.
Hey.
I am not gonna mess this up.
Hey, because you can show this one in public. That other one he got to get in another room. I love you, but get in another room. They talking about CIA Sino the truth. What you mean? What you mean, Lord? He just having a good conversation,
Here's a toast to the food that let you go.
Hey, y'all be having those sensible conversations, boy. Woo!
Yeah,
she ain't got no big back.
I'm like, baby, I didn't know you was finna wear all that. That's why I was like, I want to dress.
Hey, next time you gonna have to come up there with a tuxedo on and a tie.
That's exactly what I said in that video. When she first popped up, that's exactly what I said, KB.
She come up, she got her makeup on, she got her hair curled.
Yeah.
Dang, Junkie. And you left that for sausage fingers? Oh, man. She got normal size hands, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Normal size fingers. Dang. They talk about, yes, Lord, jugs.
Man, I don't know what that other side, man. They can't keep their women, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with them.
Man, look, they can't keep their women because they so busy worried about other people and who they with.
Yeah, they keep worried about other men. I think that's their problem.
Man, the dude did. Have you ever done a 72-hour live on somebody?
No.
Dude, he turned it from a 24-hour live to a 48, and then the thing ran 72 hours. Hey, Biz, we
Hey,
can't hear you if
Sino.
you saying something.
Yeah.
No, I was
Oh, there
saying,
you go.
Sino. I was trying to say Sino should take her to China.
Oh man, this nigga Biz crazy.
Hey, we might do that. We might take a trip to China. Go to Shanghai.
You gotta show her the train station.
Yeah, I'm gonna show her a train.
Oh man, that's funny.
Yeah, but she
But
is
yeah, man, I just came up here for that
hey, that's why she
topic y'all was on, because I
here, KB. We're gonna get her up here one day. Everybody got time. But she's
Yeah, we need to have an open panel, man.
Yeah, you know she's a Trump all the way. They can't do no wrong.
Well, I've been hearing her. I can't wait. When y'all going live together again?
I don't know, cause she be going late. Like she be going live late, and you be like normally sleep at that time.
Yeah, I gotta take a nap
On the
during
West
the
Coast
daytime.
time. It ain't that late for her, but it'd be like 2 a.m. my time. And it's like midnight her time. So.
Also, that's why he moved out to Cali. He probably chasing that girl all around the city. She said, did she say he bothering her or anything?
No, she really ain't said that.
Okay, there, junkie. You better not bother her now. We watching you, boy. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and end this thing, man. Hey, Biz, Cito, I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate the good conversation.
Oh yeah, man. We had a ball, man. Thanks for having me up here, man. It was fun.
For sure. When you do that again, just call me. I'll be up some of them nights, so I'll just be some of those lives I catch because I'll be waking up after y'all already on live.
Oh yeah. So, man, it's been some great lives, man. I enjoyed them.
She got fired for the junkie. Dang.
All right, y'all. Well, I just came up here for that topic about China, and that's it, man. I just want to ask Sino one question before I leave, man. Hey, Sino, do you think if Trump is able to make a deal and it goes smooth, will you change your mind about Donald J. Trump?
It all depends, because it has to go smooth. I don't think smooth and Donald Trump don't go in the same words together.
Well, I hope he prove everybody wrong.
I hope so too. He said, "Stop cheerleading for China." This guy, baller player.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a blessed one, man. I'm out of here, man.
All right, bro.
I'll let you.
Salute. All right, appreciate y'all. All right, y'all. I'm up out of this thing. Gone. I appreciate y'all. Let me stop screen sharing. Appreciate everybody who super chatted. I hope y'all had a good time in the chat. Gone.